Why, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. That was what, a whole 5-minute break? Anyway, we are back with another tornado warning. It's going to be a tornado warning well southeast of Goliad and southwest of Victoria. For all intent and purposes, this is over a fairly rural area. It does include the community, technically, of McFadden. And that is going to be the only tornado warning we're dealing with right now. But, hey, you know what? We said we'd be here for every tornado warning, and ho-hi, happy-dum, here we are. Okay, so, again, this is a possible tornado located very near Highway 239. About 7 miles west of the 77 to 39 split-off. Let me see if I can't get a couple roads on here. This is going to be crossing the San Antonio River stream here in just a couple minutes, moving northeast. Then once it gets up near McFadden, we'll have the Coy Creek stream. And eventually, if this were to continue on its happy self, it could potentially be a threat to Bloomington. This thunderstorm is moving northeast at a leisurely 40 miles per hour. Eventually, this warning does include Highway 77 from just south of south of Spur 175 down to Highway 239. That's where we would advise no travel. Outside of that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning coming up towards El Campo. This is going to be for a severe storm capable of producing damaging winds, maybe quarter-size hail, in addition to very heavy rainfall. And that's going to be for portions of Wharton and Jackson counties. Moving northeast at 40. Otherwise, in the Houston Metro, north sides of the Houston Metro, just have a lot of pouring rain right now. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, a lot of pouring rain. Couple areas of spin showing up on the radar west of Houston. These are generally aloft, or are aloft, but we'll keep an eye on them nevertheless, just in case we have some brief tornadic mischief try to occur. Otherwise, it's pouring and storming north sides of Houston. Nothing severe ongoing right now. Do some housekeeping real quick since I had to start a new video feed. Share this live coverage. To the Twitter. So again, we have a tornado warning. This is going to be for southwestern Victoria, eastern Goliad, and northern I'm going to mess it up. Where's my pronunciation guide? I'm not going to say it without having my pronunciation guide up. Refuio. Whatever. I tried. I messed it up. Counties until 1 p.m. So for about another 11 minutes. And again, this possible tornado is over generally rural areas. It is going to be passing west of McFadden. It actually does have a pretty good circulation on it. Let me switch to the Corpus radar, get a better look. Again, this will be passing west of McFadden, which is a small community just northeast of 77 and 239. Switching over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, actually a very good looking circulation over rural areas. About a 90-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate signature, so probably one of the better signatures we've seen today. You can see not necessarily a classic supercell, but not surprising given the extreme wind shear in place. These are going to look a little spaghetti-like, noodle-like. Let me see if we can't get some roads on here. Yeah, I'm not getting any roads. This is crossing over the San Antonio River stream, moving northeast towards the Coy River stream. Should be passing about, probably staying about 5 miles west of McFadden. Eventually, this could be an issue for Bloomington if it were to continue. But the way it's moving now, it may pass north of Bloomington on Highway 185. It might pass a couple miles north. And again, this is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So again, this is over rural areas right now. Technically should be staying northwest of McFadden. Eventually, if it were to continue, it could pose a threat to Highway 185 southeast of Victoria, maybe near Bloomington, just northwest of Bloomington. We advise no travel on Highway 59 between 239 on the south side and the spur between Aloe and south of Victoria 175 on the north side. We don't want anyone traveling on that. So we head back towards the Houston radar. We'll take a look at a severe thunderstorm approaching El Campo. At this point, just a big old blob of heavy rain, wind bag. Outflow winds up to 60 miles an hour, maybe small hail. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Looking north, we do see areas of spin with a lot of these thunderstorms west of Houston, which isn't a surprise. We have a lot of wind shear in place. No tornado warnings, nothing that screams, I'm about to drop a tornado on your neighborhood, fortunately. But we're going to keep an eye on this closely. I am watching this circulation on Interstate 10 west of Katy. That is showing up a little bit in the terminal Doppler weather radar data here. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Again, would not be surprising to see this little line of storms produce some brief spin-ups as it moves east over the next couple of hours, but these will not be lagging. Once this line of storms starts skedaddling east at 50 miles an hour, it is going to be out of here pretty quick. We should be done by 5 o'clock with severe thunderstorm potential. We're still going to have rain and snow ongoing further northwest, but that is another tale for another video. Or another time, at least. Alright, webcam. How about we center on my face? Let's try this. I hate technology. Technology hates me. Why are we not centered now? Can we please be nice? Good enough. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. I'm sure you can deduce why I have the nickname Baldy. It is 12:54 on the 24th of January, I almost said July, 2023. And we have a single tornado warning over a pretty rural area, west-southwest of Bloomington. But man, does this thing have a pretty impressive circulation on it now. What could be a likely tornado in progress, about 3 to 4 miles west of Highway 77. There's Murphy Road. Coming up to Morristown Road, Kemper City Road, Echo, now north of the San Antonio River, coming up on the Coy River, if not just on it now. So it's going to be moving northeast towards Kemper City Road and Highway 77. I'm just putting some labels on here for reference. Have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds north side of the Houston Metro. Aldine, Humble, Atoskita. Alright, I got a new tornado warning for this storm. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Thank you, Stephen. And this tornado warning will not include the city of Victoria. I want to make that abundantly clear. This tornado warning will include Guadalupe and Placido. So again, this new tornado warning goes through 1:30 p.m. for a storm moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. A possible tornado about 4 miles west of McFadden, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This possible tornado will be near Bloomington at about 105, Guadalupe around 110, Da Costa and Placido around 115, Woodhigh and Telfner around 120. This includes Highway 59 between mile markers 628 and 638, Highway 77 between mile markers 588 and 594, Highway 87 between mile markers 816 and 824. So again, this is a tornado warning until 1:30 p.m. I'll just get some more roads on here while I'm thinking about it. Again, this is over pretty rural areas right now, but this will be crossing Highway 77 soon. And we want no one on 77 right now, southwest of Victoria down to Highway 239. Pretty impressive velocity signature with this dangerous storm, and it certainly could have a tornado in progress, and that tornado may be crossing over Kempner City Road South right now, just west of Highway 77. Once it's over 77, it'll be moving over Old Refugio Road, then moving northeast towards Boys Dark Lane, Donaldson Road, Old Bloomington Road, towards Crouch Road and Highway 185. Alright, let's pop up towards the Houston Metro. We'll take a look at these severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning again, Aldine, south sides of Spring over towards Humble. This includes Interstate 69 from just south of Wood Branch down to Interstate 610 for the potential of 60 plus mile-per-hour winds. We'll take a look at the terminal Doppler radar, and yeah, we're seeing some pretty good winds on radar here. Winds up to 40, 50, maybe 60. So that storm is quickly moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. That's not a tornado threat, that's a damaging wind, heavy rain threat. We'll take a look at this severe thunderstorm on the Highway 59 between Ganado and El Campo. Potential for winds over 50 miles an hour in spots. Not overly organized looking right now, but we need to monitor it carefully given the potential for low-level rotation in that general area. Only tornado warning we have right now is for this thunderstorm that will be passing southwest of the city of Victoria. Again, this does not include the city of Victoria, this possible tornado, and the tornado warning. Circulation crossing over Highway 77 south of Matthews Road near Kemper City Road East over the next couple of minutes. After that, it'll be over mainly rural areas over until it gets to Highway 404/185. Boys Dark Lane, Donaldson Road, Old Bloomington Road north over to Highway 185, then crossing over Crouch Road, Bayer Road to Highway 87 southeast of Victoria. And again, this is a tornado warning until 1:30 p.m. for a severe storm moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour in southeastern Victoria County. Otherwise, we have no other severe weather warnings at this time. We're going to be keeping an eye on all these storms as they continue to progress. And again, we'll take a look at timing aspects real quick. Let me load the high-res rapid refresh model and the associated graphical overlays. I'm not intentionally ignoring you snow folks, but again, we're focusing on the mischief problem at the moment in the winter, or in the severe weather department. Alright, let's load the HER. We'll get that data loaded. It is 1 o'clock, so we'll just load from 2 to midnight. Again, this is what the high-res rapid refresh model is doing for timing for the rest of today. You can see storms, most severe storms, will be out of our state by 5 o'clock and moving into Louisiana. Significant severe weather threat will continue over this evening overnight in southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle. And the snow will continue across northwest Texas. We'll see that rain snow line sag east this afternoon into tonight. Probably going to see some wet snow in the DFW Metroplex this evening with minimal accumulations. Probably no surface road impacts. And then some wet snow tonight in northeast Texas. Surface temperatures are going to remain above freezing across North Texas, northeast Texas, most of Texoma tonight, or excuse me, this evening while the snow's falling. So accumulations will be limited to grassy areas, elevated objects, wet roads, maybe some slushy roads, a couple of slick spots on bridges. And we'll head on over. Let's switch over to the dual box. Looks like our storm chasers are heading down and taking a look at storms. Let me see where they are. They are in southwest Houston, actually. They're heading down, looks like Interstate 69. I think they're getting gas in Rosenberg, and they'll probably wait for the storms to the southwest to come up towards them. These are moving so quickly, the east-northeast, that you can pretty much just position ahead of them and let them come to you. So again, current tornado warning, southeastern Victoria County. Possible tornado now east of Highway 77, Interstate 77. If you are clear from 77 west. If you are on 185, we don't want any travel between Bloomington and Victoria on 185 for about the next 25 minutes. No travel on 87 from Victoria down to Placido. The tornado warning at this point does include Guadalupe. to north of Bloomington. Does not include the city of Victoria. Does not include Placido. Does not include Victoria. It's a Guadalupe issue north of Bloomington. And that'll continue as these storms move northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So with this storm, we'll be moving towards Boys Dark Lane and Donaldson Road along Highway 185 in the next 10 minutes or so. We note a flash flood warning has been issued for Sealy, Wallace, down to north of Kendleton. That's due to 4 to 6 inches of rain the last few hours. A little bit of a broad circulation with this thunderstorm southwest of Warden now. It would be completely and utterly wrapped in rain, but starting to see some organization with that storm. We'll have to keep an eye on it as it rides up Highway 59, Interstate 69 towards Fort Bend County and southwestern Harris County over the next 1 hour. Pretty good lightning spike with that too, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that storm as it shows some high precipitation supercell characteristics. Otherwise, only one tornado warning at this point. That possible tornado is going to be crossing over Highway 185 south of Highway 59, south of Victoria. Victoria is not at issue with this. We want no travel south of Victoria, however, on Highways 185 and Highway 87 for the next 20 minutes until this thunderstorm makes it east of both of those highways. Otherwise, we have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect at this time. That's going to be for this storm near Humble. East of Intercontinental Airport now, quickly moving to the east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Heavy rain continues. Heavy rain west of Houston, up Highway 6 towards Prairie View, up Highway 249 to Tomball Pinehurst, west on 10 towards Katy Brookshire, and then these storms southwest of Houston we're going to have to keep an eye on for severe weather potential as they continue moving east-northeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Circulation with this storm south of Victoria is starting to broaden out a bit. If that trend continues, hopefully it will, we'll be in better shape there. But we still need to watch these storms farther northeast El Campo, Warden, as they continue moving towards the southern, southwestern sides of the Houston metro. I'll look at some data here. So at this point, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning, gusty winds. There's strong winds occurring outside of these storms across the Golden Triangle in southeast Texas as well. We also have strong winds occurring across the Rio Grande Valley. These are going to be wind gust numbers. Winds 50 up to even 60 miles an hour reported in Brownville up to Harlingen over the last hour. We have strong winds gusting over 40 miles an hour. Essentially Victoria up to Lake Jackson, Galveston, Houston, over towards Winnie, Beaumont, Port Arthur, Orange. Those strong gusty winds will continue outside of thunderstorms through the afternoon until the cold front comes through right behind this line of storms. Circulation does look like it continues to trend downward. So is the lightning. So, hopefully, if that continues, they will cancel this tornado warning soon, southeast of Victoria. Compare that lightning countdown with that storm to the lightning with this storm near Warren. You can see lightning here is exploding. And again, we're going to have to keep an eye on these storms for any signs of damaging straight line winds and the potential for a couple of tornadoes. And I suppose, while we're here, we might as well take a look at the winter weather aspect. I'm not going to change the upper third header, but I think y'all can understand. Blue is snow, green, yellow, red is not snow. We don't have any pinks or anything like that today. Still some bands of light to occasionally moderate snow across the panhandle into West Texas. You can see we still have some heavier snows in northwest Texas, extending northeast up towards Oklahoma City. Snowing essentially from Wichita Falls to near the Davis Mountains, or excuse me, the Davis Mountains, the Arbuckles in southern Oklahoma. Still rain and widespread moderate rain across North Texas, Northeast Texas, East Texas. See a bit of a dry slot starting to build in western North Texas, but we're going to see precipitation fill back in tonight and rotate around the backside of the departing upper-level storm system. And that's when this rain-snow line around Wichita Falls down to Abilene is going to progress east and change rain over to a rain-wet snow mix or rain or a wet snow altogether. And the potential for some minor accumulations in northern DFW up into Texoma on grassy surfaces and in elevated surfaces. Alright, we are not going anywhere, but we're going to take a quick break. Let y'all watch the live Storm Chaser feed for a couple minutes. But we're not going anywhere, and we'll be right back.
weird.
Oh well.
This is not going well. Like they won't have to move. Steven, can you stop repeating everything people I say? Tornado crossing the road, debris going across the road in front of us.
Don't know where it is.
I don't know where it is, but we have debris in the road. Watch the tree. There we go. Debris crossing right here. Eagle Lake. We had a small tornado cross.
All right, and we are back with live continuing severe weather coverage. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. We are monitoring a line of showers and thunderstorms making their way across southeast Texas and the upper Texas coast. These storms are mostly behaving themselves right now, with the exception of a couple that are producing damaging straight-line winds. We have no tornado warnings in effect right now. We are dealing with very heavy rain, resulting in some areas of flooding. We note that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, but the scroll you're watching at the bottom of your screen unfortunately doesn't update those as easily. Although maybe I could make it update easily. Let me see. So again, this activity as a whole is mostly starting to move east at about 30 to 50 miles per hour, which is good in terms of not keeping any heavy rain over any location. But the heaviest thunderstorms are going to be capable of producing damaging winds over 60 miles per hour. The potential for at least a tornado or two also remains evident with the strongest storms over the next several hours on the upper Texas coast. We're going to be watching for these carefully over the next couple of hours as this activity moves off to the east. Now, real quick, let's take a look at a statewide view. Here's a look. We still have pockets of snow falling across the Texas Panhandle, West Texas, and Northwest Texas. This activity is moving off to the east, generally, with the stuff in Northwest Texas moving northeast, pretty much up Interstate 44. We'll take a couple looks at snow totals. If I can pull that data up real quick. Looks like the official snow total for the city of Lubbock is going to be 7 inches. A 7-inch snow total in the city of Lubbock. 5 inches in Hereford. Looks like we had 4 to 5 in Groom. 6 inches of snow in Wheeler. We've had 2 to 3 inches of snow reported in in Vernon. Wichita Falls, generally a 1 to 2 inches of wet snow for all it's worth, about 1 to 2 inches of snow around Oklahoma City. And then we've had a pretty good soaking across North Texas, all the way down into Northeast Texas, East Texas, Southeast Texas. And then we're dealing with some heavy thunderstorms, heavy rains, and a couple of severe storms in Southeast Texas. All right, now let's take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. Again, we'll just pop on from 2 o'clock all the way to 2 a.m. This will take a minute to load, but as you can see, we expect storms to be out of the state in terms of severe weather potential probably by 5 p.m., so the next 3 to 4 hours, probably 3. At this rate, as these storms continue to accelerate to the east and begin moving almost at 50 miles an hour. In terms of snow, we're going to see back edge precipitation start wrapping around in Northwest Texas, Texoma, North Texas, and Northeast Texas. That's going to help change the rain over to a wet snow mix. Accumulations will likely remain minimal and confined to grassy surfaces, elevated objects, maybe an inch or two in spots near the Red River this evening. But the benefit of surface temperatures being a couple degrees above freezing, the actual soil temperatures being well above freezing, is that surface roads should remain just wet, unless you end up under a really heavy band of snow. So, with that being said, everything will be out of the state by just after 1 a.m., and cooler temperatures will filter in. If we have wet roads, let me try that again. Texas Panhandle, West Texas, Northwest Texas, as temperatures fall below freezing tonight, into the 20s, we may see residual slush and water on roadways freeze up. Now, real quick, before I hand it off to meteorologist Jason Cooley to do a little severe weather coverage, let's take a look at a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for a storm southwest of Rosenberg and moving northeast up towards the city of Houston. I don't know why I put Richmond in that title. I think they're actually in Rosenberg. Sorry, I'm trying to check where our chasers are. I think I put the wrong city. Yep, I'm a dum-dum. Okay, so our storm chasers are in Rosenberg, awaiting the arrival of this thunderstorm. Potential for damaging straight-line winds up to 60 miles an hour, maybe small hail, extremely heavy rainfall that'll likely cause street flooding. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 2 o'clock for pretty much Interstate 69, Highway 59 from near Kendleton, all the way up to the southwest sides of the Houston. City of Houston goes up to Bel Air. This includes Sugar Land, Richmond, Missouri City, Mission Bend, Meadows Place, Pecan Grove, Greatwood, Pleak, Beasley. And again, the city of Richmond, a severe thunderstorm warning until 2 p.m. All right, Mr. Jason Cooley, let me make sure I have your scene set up and ready to go. I don't know if I do. Make sure it's actually playing. Just gotta set up a stream real quick. Check your settings. Alright, so with that being said, we'll let meteorologist Jason Cooley do some coverage for a while, keeping an eye on our storm chasers in the field and on the thunderstorms making their way into the Houston metro. With that, it's all yours, Mr. Cooley. Alright, I'm not sure if he actually has sound working, and by that I would mean I don't know if I have sound working, so give just a second. Again, you're watching meteorologist Jason Cooley live here on the Texas Storm Chasers. Let me see if I can't remote in this. Yeah, there we go. Let me remote in his stream from a different source and see if I can fix it that way. Sometimes technology just doesn't like anybody. And then technology usually doesn't like me, but this is why you always got to check your settings. Again, we're monitoring a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. Let's see if this stream will load. It might not. You might just have a black screen here for a minute. If that ends up being the case, we'll just continue our live severe weather coverage here without delay. I think that's probably what I'm going to have to do, but that is okie dokie. So we'll just continue our severe weather coverage here. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. Remote in failed, but that's okay. Technology and I just don't get along sometimes. Thank you to meteorologist Jason Cooley for trying that anyway. I'll have to troubleshoot that later. I'm intrigued why the audio wouldn't work for that, but works for everyone else. Just technology, I suppose. So we have a single severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for a storm capable of producing damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour, 60 to 70. From Kendleton over to Needville, this is going to be moving northeast at a brisk 50 miles per hour. and will be making its way up towards the southwestern sides of the Houston Metro over the next several minutes. I think I'm going to have to reset my WSV because I lost some data. There we go. Okay, so we've got a single severe thunderstorm warning. It's for this thunderstorm currently near Richmond down to Needville, moving northeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Be moving up quickly up Interstate 69 towards Missouri City, Greatwood, Sugarland, Pecan Grove, Mission Bend, Meadows Place, Missouri City, Bel Air. And again, this thing's moving pretty quick at about 50. This will bring additional heavy rain, strong winds to the city of Houston, Harris County, maybe some flash flooding. At this point, we're not seeing anything that screams strong rotation. We have no tornado warnings. We have no significant indications of an imminent tornado. See, this line of storms essentially now extends from Cleveland, northwest of Liberty, down Interstate 45 and 69, down to Aldine, Humboldt Intercontinental Airport, back southwest on 69 to Rosenberg, south to Bay City, and then another line of storms right along the leading edge of the cold front extends from near Sealy to Edna to Corpus Christi. If you're west of this line of storms I just talked about, your threat of severe weather and significant issues has concluded. You'll probably see temperatures start cooling down pretty quickly as a gusty northwest winds begin to arrive at your location. Alright. But again, this looks like a straight line wind issue right now. Let me go ahead and get rid of lightning data. Lightning data has outlived its usefulness. Heavy rain, some flooding perhaps, street flooding around the Houston Metro as we have to deal with this heavy rainfall progressing off to the east. At this point, I'm just checking on some data. So again, only one severe thunderstorm warning, and that includes portions of Fort Bend, northeastern Warden, central Fort Bend, and southwestern Harris counties until 2 p.m. We also have a flash flood warning in effect for portions of Austin, Fort Bend counties for the next while as well. Jason, your audio worked on the raw Cloudflare feed, so something on my end. Get some new data loaded. And a severe thunderstorm warning continues for Fort Bend and Harris counties. It's out of Warden County now. This will be until 2 p.m. for a severe thunderstorm near Rosenberg, capable of producing straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. We'll plop a a track on this, try to get some times. Oh, let's see. Let's see. I'm going to put a track on the highest winds with this. We'll do that. So again, strong winds going to make it into Bel Air by about 155. Downtown Houston about 2 to 202. Missouri City 149. Aldine about 207. Glenea Park about 212. Barrett about 225. Sheldon about 215. Humble, Aldine, north sides of Houston about 210. Again, these storms are booking it to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Might be moving even a little bit faster than that now. But again, this is going to be a damaging straight line wind scenario at the moment. Not seeing indications of strong rotation. But we'll be keeping an eye on this just in case we start having indications of some mischief. If there was any sort of mischief right now, it might actually be south of the severe thunderstorm warning. Southeast of Needville, and this little section right here. Got that little appendage west of Bonnie, southwest of Thompson's, east of Needville, and that's kind of showing a bit of a circulation trying to develop. It might be one of those brief spin-ups that try to occur on the leading edge of a squall line, but we're going to keep a close eye on that. Can't rule out a brief tornado, and regardless, we're showing winds of up to 70 miles an hour there, so at the least it's going to need a severe thunderstorm warning to address that damaging wind threat. Switch on over to the terminal Doppler weather radar that might give us a more accurate representation of some of these winds. And yeah, you can see that little circulation right there, or enhanced damaging straight line wind potential up to 70 miles an hour east of Needville. This is going to be making its way towards Thompson's, Sandy Point, Juliff, Arcola, Rose Sharon, and Bonnie on Highway 321. Right now, that damaging wind potential is probably right along Fairchild's Long Point Road, Guy Long Point Road, coming up on Davis Estate Road. I didn't know I had an estate. That'd be nice. And then Big Creek Stream, just southeast of Fairchild's, northeast of Guy. So again, these are moving east at 50 miles an hour. You can see that little appendage east of Needville. We'll keep a close eye on that. That might need a warning at some point. Switch back to the regional view. You can see we've got heavy showers and storms. No severe weather threat from these storms near Cleveland over to Liberty at this point. Those are elevated above a more stable layer at the surface. See what our chasers are up to. You can see they're enjoying themselves, driving in heavy rain. As that live feed updates some cached video. Let's see if I can't fix that so we can stop that whole crazy. There we go, back to real time. Oh yeah. Yeah, there is something trying to spin up there. Northeast of Guy, southwest of Thompson's. Now I'm sure of it. So again, the potential for a brief tornado developing east of Needville now. Northeast of Guy. Moving like that. It might be moving a little more northeast than that, but again, that right there, potential circulation, kind of like that, towards Arcola, Manville. We'll see if it becomes potent enough for the Weather Service to issue a tornado warning, but it definitely is getting my attention. And then up in Richmond, Sugarland, Mission Bend, Addicts, that is all damaging straight line wind. So again, it's not the most pleasant time to be in the Houston Metro and in the weather department. Probably in the traffic department either. Switch back over to the Houston Terminal Doppler weather radar. I'm going to guzzle some water real quick. There's like 3 inches of snow on the ground outside of my window. That's unfortunate. I'm going to have to shovel. And we note from the Harris County Flood Control District meteorologist Jeff Linder, 5.28 inches of rain in the last 3 hours at John Paul's Landing Park in northwest Harris County. So, again, these storms are producing exceptionally high rainfall rates that could cause rises in the bayous, creeks, streams, and street flooding. Yeah, there's a circulation right there east of Needville. That'll be moving towards Arcola, Manville. It may not last long, though, but definitely wouldn't rule out a brief tornado. No tornado warnings in effect. Again, we don't issue tornado warnings. Definitely the potential for some stronger winds there. You can see our storm chasers, Adam Lucio, Ben McCone, Stephen Jones, enjoying themselves in Metro Houston. And by enjoying, I am using a very sarcastic term. Trust me, no one likes chasing in the city. I don't care if it's Oklahoma City, DFW, Wichita, Omaha, Kansas City, Topeka, Manhattan, Austin, San Antonio, Waco. Well, pretty much anything on I-35. Over to Houston. It's not fun chasing in a city. It is not fun at all. So again, definitely I don't like this look southeast of Rosenberg. Those of you in Arcola, Manville, Fresno, Pearland, keep an eye on this storm. Definitely starting to see an appendage develop on reflectivity in addition to the enhanced rotational signature being depicted on the radar. There's your hook echo there. No, there's a... Look at that now. There's something going on. That's a gate-to-gate. And now, I'm not sure why there's not a tornado warning. I'm really not. There's not a tornado warning, but there's probably a tornado in progress just southwest of Thompson's. So, if I were y'all and I was there, I'd go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. That'd be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. There's a tornado warning that is for this likely tornado in progress. This is a tornado warning for Thompson's, Arcola, Iowa Colony, Fresno, Trammels, Juliff. Technically not Juliff, but... So again, this will be a tornado warning for eastern Fort Bend, northern Brazoria counties. Possible tornado located near Thompson's, 10 miles south of First Colony. Moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And again, the velocity signature, when I say gate to gate, I mean bright red against the bright greens. We've got red about 40 mile an hour moving away, about 45 moving towards, so a 80 to 100 mile per hour gate to gate couplet there. No tornado debris signature yet. I would not be surprised if one pops up in the next few scans. That's a very clear-cut signature of a tornado in progress. It may not be a long-lived tornado, but any tornado is problematic if it comes down your street. So those of you in Thompson, Arcola, Iowa Colony, Juliff, Trammels, you need to be in a safe place. Again, that's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you going outside looking for this. You're not going to see it. It's completely and utterly wrapped in rain. We now have a tornado debris signature. Let me switch to the debris tracker. You'll see it in just a second. It's not a strong signature, but it's definitely... Whoops. Well, that's unfortunate. That's going to blow the radar to high heaven. That's it right there in conjunction with that velocity couplet. Yeah, so we've had a brief tornado touchdown southwest of Thompson's. The circulation's already occluding or weakening. So again, with these little spin-ups, it's pretty easy to get them down, but they don't usually last too long. But based on that little signature right there, a weak tornado debris signature, we did have at least a brief tornado touchdown southwest of Thompson's, east of Fairchilds, northeast of Guy. A tornado warning remains in effect with impressive reflectivity structure. You can see that hook echo clear cut as day, and that is moving towards Arcola. Carla probably there by 157. Thompson's passing just south of you in the next 5 minutes. If this were to continue, it would be a threat to Pearland, maybe just north of Houston Hobby. Brookside. So again, those of you in Thompson's, Arcola, be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Switch back over to the debris tracker, and that tornado debris signature is still there, in addition to that circulation. So tornado is still down. I don't think it's a strong tornado, but I do believe there is a tornado in progress. Let's go ahead and put a couple of roads on here. Again, this is coming up towards Outfield Road, south of Rabs Prairie Road, south of Smithers Lake Road. This is going to be coming up towards Oilfield Road, south of Thompson's. Then approaching Arcola. So again, tornado, moving like that. Those of you south of Thompson's, Arcola, Iowa Colony, and Fresno need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible for this tornado in progress. As this circulation continues to move east-northeast, we'll have to see if it remains down or not. We'll get a new radar scan here shortly. And again, it's your tornado debris signature. This debris tracker allows us to track essentially anything that's not a raindrop, hailstone, etc. The radar is able to put that all into a computer bin and determine and diagnose exactly what is going on. If the data doesn't correlate, if there's a bunch of different pieces of, say, debris or something in the air, you've got it. And there's the latest scan. Tornado debris signature does continue now with this dangerous thunderstorm. There you go. Tornado continues now, just southwest of Thompson's, approaching Oilfield Road. It is not a strong velocity couplet. I think if there is a tornado, it's weakening. But again, a tornado is in progress. Debris ball now on radar. That's that purple dot right there. So enough debris is being lofted. It's reflecting off the radar beam now in the how hard it's raining mode. And that has resulted in that enhancement of reflectivity. In the olden days, before the debris tracker, that's what we would use. That's called a debris. That's a debris ball. This is a tornado debris signature. Again, this is the blue, essentially, donut hole. Blue donut hole surrounded by a sea of red. That is a tornado doing damage. May not be a strong tornado, but it's there. Moving to the east-northeast. Those of you in Sienna Plantation, Arcola, what is that, Julif, Tremels, and Thompson's. This is moving towards you. Here's the latest radar scan. Tornado debris signature now approaching Oilfield Road. After Oilfield Road, this will be making its way towards Sienna Plantation, which is right there. Let me go ahead. We'll put some roads on here. Now, the good news is the rotation signature is weakening. So we might just be seeing debris fallout now from the tornado that was in progress. Meaning, we probably are losing the tornado we had, but we still have a very impressive reflectivity structure here, indicating we could have another tornado drop at any point. Debris is still being generated, or at least falling out of the sky. What goes up must come down, right? So, again, depending on how much debris has been lofted, it can take several minutes for it to all fall out of the sky. You can see our storm chasers. Alex Bartholomew is not chasing today. Adam Lucio, Ben McCone, Stephen Jones, they are in the vicinity. You're not going to see this thing. In all likelihood, it is wrapped in heavy rain. As you can see, they're dealing with heavy rain and traffic, which makes life so much more enjoyable if you enjoy sarcasm. So again, back to the how hard it's raining mode. Those of you in Arcola need to be in a safe place. Sienna Plantation, same thing. And we'll see. Based on the current presentation, I wouldn't be shocked if this requires a new tornado warning, which would then take it downstream into Brookside Village, Pearland, Manville, possibly even Houston Hobby Airport to Friendswood, south side of Houston. So those of you down south sides of Houston, be ready. Pearland, Houston Hobby, Brookside Village. Don't be surprised if we end up with a tornado warning. We've had a significant tornado debris signature generated by what was a tornado south and southwest of Thompson's. Velocity couplet really has shown this coming down. In all likelihood, we've had the rear flank downdraft wrap around the tornadic circulation, cutting off the warm inflow and essentially causing the tornado to enter its dissipation phase, meaning in all likelihood the tornado is lifting or gone for the moment. That being said, a new tornado could be generated at any moment. Zoom back out, you can see this is still a organized supercell. Still a lot of inflow being generated into this. Hobby Airport had a wind gust of 59 miles an hour as inflow into this thunderstorm. So again, this could be a dangerous storm that continues until it makes it into the bay. So those of you in Brookside Village, Fresno, Pearland, Friendswood, Webster, Shore Acres, LaPorte, South Houston, Seabrook. This may not go away in terms of the storm potential, so be ready in case this warning gets extended downstream. We'll zoom back in now. You can see the residual fallout from the tornado debris signature continues now. That's fallout from the tornado debris. The tornado, I think, is gone, but this is just debris falling out of the sky. Back to the reflectivity. Now east of Oilfield Road, coming up on Scanlon Road and Miller Drive. The tornado may have lifted, but debris still falling out of the sky. So some of y'all on Scanlon Road, Miller Road, Oilfield Road, Tornado Prairie crossed to Oilfield Road, y'all probably have some debris falling out of the sky. Maybe twigs, leaves, etc. This is the only tornado warning in effect at this point and is coming up on Arcola. Arcola, you need to be in a safe place. Same thing goes for the Sienna Plantation, Juliff, southeast of Trammels. And eventually this is going to cross over 288, the South Freeway, as it continues to progress east-northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And it is, if there was a tornado, well, if there is no if, there was a tornado, it was wrapped in rain. Alright, we'll see what the latest radar update does. The strong velocity signature has dissipated in a reorganization phase. Now the question is, are we going to become a cyclic supercell, generate a new tornado, or not? And that's the question ahead of that. Meanwhile, this line of storms is skedaddling off to the east-northeast at about 45 to 50. I'll put a telestration on, or a storm track. I'm going to actually do it like that. Now, this won't be completely accurate, but it will allow for a decent idea. And this is just a 1 hour look, so in about an hour, that's where these storms may be. Alright, let's take a look. Again, these are all moving east-northeast at about 60 miles an hour. Meanwhile, if we take a look at our storm chasers, they're about 4 miles north of this, near Arcola. Welcome to why you don't like storm chasing in the cities. Traffic lights, traffic, takes a while to get anywhere. So again, a dangerous storm that has a history of producing a tornado coming up on the Sienna Plantation, Arcola, and Houston Southwest Airport. Moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour, we're going to have to watch these storms further south for signs of rotation too. At this point, this thunderstorm that did produce the tornado has gusted out. So we're going to have to see if a new circulation is produced. We do note that rear flank downdraft is producing winds over 70 miles an hour. So the tornado may have dissipated, but the damaging winds on the backside of the circulation definitely continue. So that is a threat, and we'll have to see if a new circulation can spin up. If not, well, there's still damaging straight line winds in progress. We'll take a look from the Hobby Airport radar coming in Arcola, and you can see winds 55, 65 miles per hour being detected. Not really strong rotation at the surface right now, but we did have a tornado a bit earlier. We'll have to see if we can get another circulation to spin up again. And we might. We have seemingly transitioned to more of a squall line type situation versus discrete supercells, which should hopefully keep the possibility of tornadoes more sporadic compared to if we were dealing with just storms out by themselves in this environment. They could be dropping long-lived big-time tornadoes, but these could still, this squall line, until it gets out of the state, could still produce tornadoes, and then that'll continue, honestly. I mean, here, I'll just load today's severe weather outlook. That tornado threat's going to continue southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southwest Alabama, Florida Panhandle into tonight. So this line of storms we're looking at is going to be skedaddling its way east all evening, continuing a severe weather threat. Highest threat for us in Texas seems to be along and south of Interstate 10, which makes sense. That's where the unstable air is. North of Interstate 10, temperatures are in the 40s and 50s. In fact, temperatures in Beaumont are still in the 50s, so if they don't start seeing some air mass recovery soon, the severe weather threat's not going to really be a problem out there. But given the very strong southeast winds now exceeding 50 miles an hour, certainly possible, if not plausible, we're going to be dealing with at least some severe weather threat with these storms until they get out of the state. Seen a pretty good lightning spike with this thunderstorm again. Tornado warning seems to be gone, replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning now. Pretty large severe thunderstorm warning. So this will be a severe thunderstorm warning for Galveston, Fort Bend, Brazoria, Matagorda, and Harris counties. At 1:59 p.m., a line of severe storms extended from Arcola to Holiday Lakes to Sweeney, moving east at 50. Be winds of 60 miles per hour. So again, this is for a line of severe storms capable of producing damaging straight line winds and perhaps brief tornadoes moving off to the east. Right now, these storms extend from near Arcola to Sandy Point to West Columbia to Sweeney. And my voice just went out. Isn't that unfortunate? One moment, please. All right, let's try that again. So again, the tornado has dissipated. That tornadic circulation is gone, but we're now seeing indications of straight line winds over 60 miles an hour, extending from pretty much I-610 on the south side of the Houston Metro, or Highway 8, excuse me, bad David. Highway 8 all the way down to the coast. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning for places like Freeport, Angleton, Bonnie, Alvin, Pearland, Santa Fe, Webster, League City, Hoskins, Freeport, Lake Jackson, Oyster City, Jones Creek, Brazoria. And these storms are booking it east at 50 miles an hour. And unlike our storm chasers, they don't have to stop at traffic lights, stop signs, or, traffic. So, that is what we are dealing with right now with these thunderstorms that are skedoodling off to the east. As snow continues to fall outside my window. I hope you know, once severe weather coverage is done, I'm going to go outside and make a snow angel in my little Texas Storm Chaser shirt. I'll have someone film it. So again, we have no tornado warnings. Only severe thunderstorm warning pretty much is from the Gulf Coast, from Freeport up to Fresno, Pearland, over to Brookside Village, north of League City. And that is the general expectation, that these storms are probably going to remain rowdy until they, 1, make it off the coast, or 2, make it into Louisiana. You can see our storm chasers, Adam Lucio, Ben McCone, and Stephen Jones are skedaddling east. I said east. Yeah, they're technically going east in the Arcola right now. They're going down Highway 6. Their best bet probably at this point is just to get ahead of the storms. They're probably going to have to go all the way down to Interstate 45 and just see what they can get at Interstate 45 near Bayou Vista, maybe Galveston. Otherwise, their chase day will be over in terms of severe weather as these storms race off to the east. Funny enough, and definitely a winter problem, I would not at all be surprised if they go stream snow back in DFW Metroplex up to Texoma this evening. But again, a line of severe storms from Arcola to Sandy Point to Bonnie to Angleton to Freeport. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. Typically, I'd say, you know what, take a break from coverage, but I won't, because then something will spin up again. So, for just a few minutes, let's go back and listen in to our storm chasers, Stephen Jones, Ben McCone, Adam Lucio.
There's another that I say this before this one did it. Down south, if we continued all the way to Alvin, try to get ahead to stay down here. Kind of. I think we're going to get the ECQs hedged up to what is in front of us. I think we have continued stuff up. And just get basically follow Galveston until we the Gulf of Mexico.
All right, let's get back to it. It appears we're spinning back up in circulation land again. Indications of a tornado now in Iowa Colony. It's going to be Highway 288, Alvin Sugarland Road, Highway 6. Looks like this is off the Terminal Doppler weather radar. Unconfirmed reports of a tornado sighted as well by emergency management. So again, a possible tornado now just northeast of Iowa Colony. This is going to be right on the... It might have just been very near County Road 101, the Brazoria County Expressway, now coming up towards the Magnolia Parkway, Pagewood Drive, Hooks Road, Old Chocolate Bayou Road. So again, these brief... It is not out of the ordinary to have brief tornadoes spin up with some of these squall lines, and that might be what we just had happen. So again, it's Magnolia Street coming into Pearland, damaging straight line winds, potential for a brief tornado. You can kind of see it there on the reflectivity. If I zoom out a bit, we are really close to the radar we're using, so you could kind of see that here. Little swirl right there. Switch back to the which way the wind's blowing mode, so we might have just had a brief tornado. Or damaging straight line winds. Unconfirmed reports from emergency management of a brief tornado northeast of Iowa Colony. Regardless, we're seeing rear flank downdraft winds over 70 miles an hour. Approach County Road 101. Again, that is going to be just southwest of Pearland, moving to the east-northeast. So, dangerous thunderstorm continues. We're going to have to watch these for pockets of enhanced damage and straight line wind potential, in addition to the potential for brief tornadoes. No tornado warning in effect at the moment, but we're watching closely. And when I said the radar we're using was close, the radar is literally 6 miles away. So we're looking at 150 feet above the ground. So it goes without saying, what the radar is seeing is probably what is going on. You don't get much better radar coverage outside of portable Doppler on wheels. Okay, so we've got winds now being displayed above 70 miles an hour. Potential for dangerous winds of hurricane force approaching Old Chocolate Bayou Road at Magnolia Street. This is going to be approaching Pearland. This is about 4 miles southwest of Pearland, moving east-northeast at 50 miles an hour. Again, not necessarily a tornado in progress, but damaging straight line winds. Hurricane force, perhaps. That's enough to cause damage. A tornado warning has been issued. This is now a tornado warning. Tornado warning does include Pearland. Houston, it does not. Let's be very clear about who's in this tornado warning. This does not include Hobby Airport. This tornado warning includes Brookside Village, Pearland, Webster. Does not include League City, does not include South Houston, does not include Houston Hobby, does not include Deer Park, does not include LaPorte, does not include Shore Acres, does not include Seabrook, does not include Iowa Colony, does not include Manville, does not include Alvin, does not include Highway 6. This does include Pearland, Brookside Village, Friendswood, Webster. And if it were to continue, it could be an issue for LaPorte, Shore Acres, Taylor Lake Village down the road. This does include Interstate 45 between League City and South Houston. Specifically, this includes, pretty much, Highway 8 around Interstate 45 down to Webster. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you going outside looking for this thing. If there's a tornado down, it is likely wrapped in heavy rain. So again, possible brief tornado, damaging straight line winds now coming into Pearland. Fight Road, County Road 104, be approaching Veterans Road, West Broadway Street, Highway 35, pretty much Pearland proper, so damaging winds, perhaps a brief weak tornado in progress, coming into Pearland right now. So again, you'll want to be in your safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'm going to go into monotone. Switch back over to the super duper awesome blossom how hard it's raining mode. We don't have any tornado debris signatures, and that's good. I don't think this is a strong tornado, but it is nevertheless. The possibility of a tornado. We're also dealing with flash flooding issues up here, by the way. Sealy, Wallace over to the Houston Metro. It's pouring rain. It's street flooding. The bayous are rising. Don't drive into high water. Someone will, and then they'll be on YouTube or something. But again, damaging wind potential now in Pearland. Maybe a brief tornado. We'll switch back over to the primary radar. Okay, sorry. That's what happens when I have too much caffeine. Stephen, Ben, and Adam are enjoying their journey down Highway 6, it would appear. They're not in Manville anymore. They are in... Oh, they're actually in Manville. Man, they're making horrible progress. They might just want to give up at this point. They're not going to get ahead of this. Let me get rid of that text real quick. Alright, so yeah, Highway 6, not great traveling conditions. It's pouring rain, it's windy, it's not particularly pleasant. Those of you in Pearland, the possibility of a brief tornado in town at the moment, damaging straight line winds. Otherwise, we have a severe thunderstorm warning from Pearland, Alvin, down Highway 35 to Angleton, damage to Lake Jackson to Freeport, damaging straight line winds, the potential for brief tornadoes as well. Let's go back to Pearland. We're starting to see an uptick in that velocity signature again, the potential for a tornado now on Pearland Parkway, the Highland Glen Lane cul-de-sac just south of McCard, now east of Highway 35 in downtown Pearland. Hughes Road, the potential for a tornado in progress. Winds moving towards the radar at 70, winds moving away at about 30, and we are 4 miles away from the radar looking at about 150 feet above ground level, so there could easily be a tornado in progress. This is going to be moving towards Interstate 45 and Loop 8, just northeast of Pearland proper. Next up, this is going to be Beamer Road. Again, there's Loop 8. Interstate 45. Radar showing the possibility of 2 tornadoes now. You'll get the latest update here in a second. Again, the radar we're using is right here. So we're getting a really concise look at this. There's the latest possibility of 2 tornadoes. One on Hughes Road, northeast of Pearland Parkway. Second possible tornado coming up to Loop 8. Black Hawk Boulevard. After that, again, it'll be Beamer Road, which turns into Kirk Valley Drive north of Loop 8. So again, possibility of spin-up tornadoes. And folks, we really want... This northern one's the problem. We really need folks to be in shelter now. This northern one is intensifying quickly. So let's go ahead, go back full screen. Those of you on Loop 8, Interstate 45, you need to be in a safe place now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Likely tornado in progress. It could be a stronger one now developing near Kirk Valley Drive, Beamer Road, Loop 8. Moving east-northeast at 50 miles an hour. After that, it's going to be moving up towards Highway 3 and Loop 8. Eventually, if this were to continue, it could be a threat to the airport. There you go. Gate-to-gate circulation right there. Right on State Loop 8 at Black Hawk Boulevard. Coming up to Kirk Valley Drive. Once it gets north of Loop 8, the possibility for a tornado will be on Kirk Valley Drive, approaching... I'm going to mess that one up. Fakua Street. Is that just update? I think we have a tornado debris signature now. It's noisy, but I'm pretty sure. So again, possible tornado, if not likely tornado, just crossed over the Sam Houston Tollway near Interstate 45. If this is down, it's coming up to Fakua Street. Yeah, that's a tornado. We've got a tornado down doing damage based off a tornado debris signature. I'll show you off the Intercontinental radar. The actual Houston radar, excuse me. So, urgent call to message. Anyone near Sam Houston Tollway near 45 needs to be in a safe place now. Yeah, we got a tornado debris signature right here. Kirk Valley Drive near Fakua Street. This is about to cross over Interstate 45 right at Fakua Street. So again, tornado down, doing damage. And this could be a stronger tornado. Got winds moving towards the radar at about 85. Winds moving towards it about 25. And we are looking a couple hundred feet above the ground. We've got a debris signature now detected. And this thing is wrapped in heavy, heavy rain. Let's switch back to the terminal Doppler weather radar so we can get updates every 60 seconds. Again, a significant problem here. The potential for a strong tornado now on Interstate 45 at Fakua Street. After it gets past Interstate 45, it's going to be heading up towards State Highway 3 and Fakua Street. Those of you in this area need to be in a safe place now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Don't go outside, look for this. It's wrapped in rain. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Alright? You need to be in a safe place. We don't want anyone getting hurt here because they want to go out and play with a tornado. Alright, this is now east of Interstate 45, coming up to the Sam Houston Tollway, Loop 8, and Highway 3. Major debris ball now. Folks, this is probably a significant tornado. So, again, what I'm going to go ahead and say is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado now on South Point Lane, coming up to Highway 3, the Sam Houston Tollway. That's going to be State Route 8, or excuse me, Loop 8 at State Highway 3. A confirmed tornado, and it may be a significant one, coming up to Highway 3, Loop 8. After that, Genoa Road, Bluff Road, could come up to Burke Road. A highly populated area just south of Deer Park. It's going to be coming up to Pansy Street, Preston Avenue. I'll switch back to the different radar just to show you the debris signature. But again, we're using radars in very close proximity. This is the advantage of having a radar nearby to look in the very low levels. It allows you to see what is going on pretty quickly. Alright, back to that radar. Let's look from that. There you can see that dangerous velocity signature. Major debris signature now with a confirmed dangerous tornado in progress. State Highway 3 near Reyes Street, Fakua Street. There's your velocity scan. Winds moving away at about 80. Winds moving towards at about 40. So we have a 120 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Tornado debris signature continues now. We'll get that scan update in just a minute, and then we'll head back to the terminal Doppler weather radar. So again, this is a confirmed, dangerous, possibly large tornado in progress. Northeastern Brazoria, southeastern Harris counties. This is crossed east of Interstate 45 now. This is not an issue for Interstate 45 any longer. Yeah, this is a significant tornado. I'm comfortable saying that. A confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado now on Highway 3 at Reyes Street. Alright, this is not the typical time to tornadoes we get here in southeast Texas along the coast. When I said brief tornadoes about 10 minutes ago, brief weak tornado. This is not a brief weak tornado. This is a strong tornado capable of doing major damage. Do not go outside looking for it. Okay, this tornado is now near Burke Road, approaching Preston Avenue, coming up on Crenshaw Road, about to cross over Loop 8, the Sam Houston Tollway. This is a significant situation. A situation in which we are dealing with a particularly dangerous situation. You know anyone who might live in LaPorte, Shore Acres, west of there, south side of Deer Park, southeast of Pasadena? Text them, call them, let them know there is a big tornado down doing damage crossing over the Sam Houston Tollway near Fairmont Parkway, Genoa Bluff Road. The Weather Service describing this as a large, extremely dangerous tornado, and this thing's booking it east at about 50 miles an hour. We're going to switch back over to the Houston radar so I could show you the latest debris signature. Massive debris signature with this tornado now. So again, a large, extremely dangerous tornado has probably crossed over Interstate 45 near or just north of the Sam Houston Tollway. It is now down on the Sam Houston Tollway near Fairmont Parkway. Going to get the latest velocity scan. Those of you in Deer Park, I want you to be in shelter now. This is trying to turn left. Those of you in Deer Park, urgent call to action, get in shelter now. If you know anyone in Deer Park, call them, tell them to run their behind to shelter now. Alright, I don't want folks going outside looking for this, getting hurt. This is the kind of tornado that can hurt people if you do not take action to protect your life. Alright? I know I'm using my scary voice, scary words, but I want folks to understand this is not the kind of tornado we typically see in the southeast part of the state, the Houston area. This is not a brief, weak tornado. This is a strong tornado that may be down for a wee while. Tornado now near the Spencer Highway, Lilac Street. This will be on Randolph Road, Beverly Road, Sinclair Street, Pine Avenue. So it'll be on Pasadena Boulevard. This is going to be on Center Street. Again, this thing is turned left and is making its way up towards Deer Park. I want folks in Deer Park to be in shelter now. We may have a tornado emergency in a minute. Alright, this is a tornado emergency for Deer Park, Baytown, Mount Bellevue. A large, violent, potentially deadly tornado is down doing major damage. Those of you in Deer Park, you need to be in shelter now. This is a tornado emergency. I'm going to read the warning correct. I'm just going to read the warning directly. A confirmed large, destructive tornado was observed northwestern Pasadena. This is a tornado emergency for Deer Park, Baytown. This is a particularly deadly situation, particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. So again, Morgan's Point, San Jacinto State Park at 2:30. Baytown, Highlands, Channelview around 2:35. Bear at 2:40. Mount Bellevue Cove at 2:45. Old River Winfrey around 2:40. Folks, this is the kind of tornado that could be up on the EF scale. So I want to be perfectly clear. The damage rating is catastrophic. This is not a weak tornado. This is the kind of tornado that can hurt people. Be in a safe place now. It is wrapped in heavy rain. You will not see it. The only way you're going to see it is if you get hit by debris or it hits you. If you go outside and look for this thing, you are a fool and you are putting your life at risk. If you are in Deer Park, you need to be in shelter now. If you are in Deer Park, you are out of time. You need to be in shelter now. Baytown. If you know anyone in Baytown, Cove, Old River Winfrey, Mount Bellevue, call them, Tell them there is a large, violent tornado down doing major damage. This tornado just hit Deer Park. I repeat, this tornado just crossed over Centered Street. You'll get the latest scan here in just a second. Debris ball. This is the tornado. Again, large, violent tornado about to cross Highway 225 in Deer Park. Tornado is on St. Augustine Street, EX Street. We've got winds moving towards this. I'll just pull it up. Folks, I want you to understand what you're looking at here is probably going to go down in history in terms of tornadoes that have hit the Houston Metro. I'm not trying to... Well, I am trying to scare people at this point. Because you need to understand, this could be, you know, EF3 plus tornado. This is the kind of tornado that will kill you if you do not take action. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You cannot be in a trailer, vehicle, mobile home. Those are going to be obliterated by this thing. You are better off getting out of the way if you're in a trailer or mobile home. Those of you in Highlands, west sides of Baytown, this is coming towards you next. Mount Bellevue, this is going to be coming towards you. I want no one on Interstate 10 between Cove and Channelview, as this violent tornado makes its way to the northeast. Okay, massive debris signature now in eastern sections of Deer Park. This is going to be coming up on Highway 225 now. I mean, this isn't good. Just had a large tornado cross Highway 8. That's Highway... Is that 8? Okay. Large tornado did cross Highway 8. Near Pasadena. Or east of Pasadena. So again, not a surprise. This violent tornado is on Highway 225 now, east of the Sam Houston Tollway. This is a tornado emergency for Deer Park, Mount Bellevue, Baytown, Old River Winfrey. We have winds moving towards the radar at 95 miles an hour. We have winds moving away at 85 miles an hour. For what it's worth, we'll head back to this. Our chasers, they're done chasing. We've got a firefighter in the vehicle, trained in search and rescue operations. He's heading up towards Deer Park, or they're heading up towards Deer Park right now. Chase is over. They're going to do search and rescue operations. And again, they're trained for that. So don't just anybody go over there trying to sightsee. And let me tell you something. No one better be going out trying to sightsee right now. There are going to be a lot of emergency vehicles needing to get to these areas. Stay out of the bloody way. Let them get there without the roads being gridlocked by looky-loos. Our chasers are trained. They have a firefighter in the vehicle, who's also been trained in search and rescue. All that. Let these folks do their jobs. Given the intensity of this circulation and the debris signature, I have no doubt a relatively significant mutual aid operation is about to be underway in the city of Houston, sending first responders into these areas that have been hit. We'll deal with the damage later, but we need to deal with what's going on now. This tornado is now northeast of Highway 225, moving away from Deer Park. If you're in Deer Park, this tornado is northeast of you now. You're clear. Those of you in Baytown up to Highlands, I think this is, unless we see a left turn, this is going to stay just south of Highlands. If you're in Lynchburg, Cody, Baytown, McNair, Mount Bellevue, Old River Winfrey, Cove, this is a tornado emergency. A large, violent, potentially deadly tornado is down. This tornado has done major damage and has been down for at least 10 minutes. Y'all got the scary text message, probably, that not many people have ever gotten for a tornado emergency. Alright, this is going to be out moving over the bay. Let's see what it does. Circulation still quite intense, but a little less intense than it was. There's still a tornado down, mind you. It's going to be a water spout while moving over the water, then come back on land. Those of you in Cody, Lynchburg, west sides of Baytown. I think this is going to stay northwest of the city of Baytown. You need to be in a safe place. Velocity couplet will update here in a second. It's still as strong as ever. There's still a significant tornado or water spout in progress. So again, this is a tornado emergency for Lynchburg, Cody, Baytown. A large, violent tornado is about to move over the bay and then make it into those areas. If you know anyone in Lynchburg, Cody, Baytown, call them. Call them. Call them. Tell them they need to get in shelter now. Alright, this is not a weak tornado. This is the kind of tornado that does bad things. Alright, back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that tornado is enveloped with an extremely heavy rain. You will not see this tornado. It is wrapped in rain. Please don't go outside and look for it. Real quick, we have no other severe weather warnings at the moment. Strong storms, high winds, heavy rain. About to move into League City, Alvin, down Highway 35 to Angelton, down to Freeport. Those storms are strong. They have high winds, heavy rain, street flooding. Only severe storm is this dangerous tornado that has now exited Deer Park to the northeast. Ryan Chef, you are later than late. Internal chat, sorry. And again, this is a situation where we want folks to be in shelter. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you going outside looking for this. Put on hard sole shoes. Put on a helmet. I don't care if you look like a fool. Trust me, I look like a fool every day. But if you have time, put on a helmet. Hard sole shoes. Helmets to protect you if you get hit by debris. Hard sole shoes, or if you have a tornado strike, you have debris around you. You don't want to have... you don't want to be stepping on debris. Okay, so again, those of you on Spur 330 from Interstate 10 to Baytown, be in shelter immediately. A tornado emergency continues. This is a tornado emergency for southeastern Harris and western Chambers County until 3 p.m. A large, violent tornado has been confirmed over the Houston Ship Channel near Deer Park, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is a tornado emergency. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. This is a potential deadly tornado. This is going to be near Baytown at 240, Barrett 245, Cove 250, Mount Bellevue 255, Old River Winfrey at 3 o'clock. No one should be on I-10 right now from Cloverleaf or Loop 8 east to Cove. Get off the interstate. And again, we're live on pretty much every social media platform out there that we're a member of, so y'all watch our coverage. If you want to track storms in your neck of the woods, you can do so. TexasStormChasers.com/radar and the free mobile app. We're focusing on the most intense storms. Obviously, we've got a problem. Okay, so again, if you're in Deer Park, you're clear. This is about to move into Cody, Lynchburg, Baytown. Rotation is very strong still, but not as strong as it was. There is still a tornado here. I want to make that perfectly clear. But maybe we're starting to come down on the intensity, heading towards an occlusion. We're nowhere near that yet. We've got a tornado down still. We've still got 110 mile an hour shear. It's over the Houston Ship Channel. About to move into Cody, northwest sides of Baytown. Blues, winds moving away from the radar. Greens, winds moving towards. All right, let me switch. So again, hopefully we're starting to occlude. We might be able to temper this down a bit. I'll go ahead. We'll put some road labels on here. Get a new radar scan in just a minute. And I'm just putting roads on here for identification purposes. Alright, let's go ahead and zoom in. We're going to go as tight in as we can. We'll get a new scan here in just a second. But it looks like it is about to move into Cody. So if you're in Cody to the northwest sides of Baytown, first off, this is staying northwest of 146. So Baytown proper, if you're in 146 loop, you're fine. This is staying northwest of that. If you are between 146 and I-10 on 330, you are out of time. You need to be in shelter. You should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago. I've been squealing like a pig on steroids for the last 15 minutes about this. So if you're in Cody, you need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Very strong rotation continues. Wind's moving away, or wind's moving towards the radar at about 73, moving away at about 35. So it's actually come up a bit again. And again, I still think we have a tornado down. We don't have a super clear-cut debris signature, but this thing just was a waterspout over Houston Ship Channel, the bay, and is now moving back inland. So we'll see if we get another debris signature, or maybe we got lucky and it's lifted. Nevertheless, after the show this thing just put on, for the lack of a better word, we are not going to give this thing any sort of grace. This thing is dangerous. So again, a tornado, yeah, there's a debris signature, coming into Cody now, Highway 330, near or just north of Decker Drive. Decker Drive, Wade Road, Highway 330. That'll be moving up towards Riedel Road here in a minute. Velocity is coming down. There is still a tornado in progress, but it looks weaker than it was, which is good. There's the latest. Coming up to Riedel Road. Wade Road and Highway 330. And again, this is moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour, very, very quickly. So Gwen Lane, Riedel Road, now north of Baker Road. So be moving towards John Martin Road, Garth Road. This is probably going to cross Interstate 10 near Garth Road in the next 5 to 7 minutes. And again, after Cody, this could be an issue for Mount Bellevue. We're still probably 10 minutes away from that. Again, this is wrapped in rain. There's your tornado debris signature. It's not as intense as it was earlier, but it is still there. So those of you in Cody, McNair, you need to be in shelter. If you're in Baytown, this is going to stay to your northwest. Latest scan, the good news is tornado debris signature is gone. Which means this may have occluded. Circulation's weakening. So I can say with some certainty we're in an occlusion cycle. Tornado's weakening. That being said, let me see. I'm going to put a dot. Let me see. All things considered, this tornado has likely been down for about 20 miles since it was back just northeast of Pearland. So it may be 20 plus mile track. We're not going to know the intensity, width, any of that until damage surveys are done. And again, I'm going to go ahead and caution folks now. The initial reports out of a disaster scene, you know, whether it be man-made or natural, often are going to be somewhat confused, and frantic. So be mindful that not all the reports you're going to hear may necessarily be true. Not because it is malicious intent, but just because chaotic situations. Okay, so with all that being said, let's talk about what's going on now. Circulation has weakened. A possible tornado is now near Interstate 10 and John Mountain Road, McNair, Cody, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. You'll note that tornado emergency polygon is gone. We're at a tornado warning, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. While the circulation has occluded for now, signs of a tornado not there at this second. I want to be perfectly clear. Those of you in Mount Bellevue, Cove, Old River Winfrey need to be in a safe place. This could put another tornado down at any point, or may still have a tornado down. Latest circulation scan there. Now, while we have a minute, let me be clear. The severe weather threat for the city of Houston has concluded. If you are east of this line of storms, you still have to deal with severe weather. If you are west of this line of storms, you're done. So if you're in Houston, you're done. Alvin, you're done. Bay City, you're done. Houston Metro, you're done. For the next 90 minutes or so, we're going to essentially be watching this area. Let's just say Lake Jackson, Louisiana state line, Deweyville, etc., as this line of storms moves east. And frankly, this threat may end up being just south of Interstate 10 the whole time, along and south. Alright, let's get back to it. A strong circulation and possible tornado now crossing Interstate 10 near Garth Road or Main Street. There is no debris signature anymore, so our tornado likely has dissipated. Our team, Adam Lucio, Ben McCone, Stephen Jones, they're actually heading into the area. One, Ben McCone is a firefighter, actually a career firefighter, is trained in search and rescue. He's an EMT. He's actually going to check on one of our folks, acquaintances, that may have been hit. So again, I want to be perfectly clear here. While they are heading into the damage zone, they're trained. And they're not going to get in the way. Two, they have the skills necessary to help people if need be. Looky-loos, on the other hand, have absolutely no business in that area right now. Northeast side of Pearland all the way up to Deer Park, maybe northwest Baytown to Cody, McNair. Alright, I can tell you, we have problems. I don't know how many problems we have yet, but there is damage. Based on the 20-plus mile track and intensity, there probably are injuries. If we can get through this without injuries, it is a miracle. But this long track tornado has caused a significant problem, and first responders need room to work without gridlock. Okay? And I understand folks want to go see the damage. There will be time for that. Please have compassion for your fellow citizens, your fellow human beings that may be trapped or hurt, and allow emergency services to get in and get out without gridlock. All right. let's keep going. Again, we will talk about the damage when we hear about it, but we're going to focus on our life safety issue. And that's going to be with this circulation. Alright, let's get back to it. The circulation is intensifying again. No debris signature, but if you're in Mount Bellevue, I want you in a safe place. This thing's starting to intensify again, which we discussed might happen. Mount Bellevue, please be in a safe place. This possible tornado, which is becoming even more likely now again, moving right towards Mount Bellevue. There's the latest scan. You can see we now have a strong circulation again. This could put a tornado down any minute. Alright, coming up on Winfrey Street. Now north of Interstate 10. If you're on I-10, you're clear. This tornado, if it's down, is now north of Interstate 10. East Wallaceville Road near Slowlander Road. Coming up right towards Mount Bellevue. Mount Bellevue, you are out of time. You need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And in terms of the damage, a significant tornado, in all likelihood EF2+, has impacted southeastern Harris County. From essentially near Interstate 45 and the Sam Houston Tollway up to Deer Park, across the Houston Channel to northwest of Baytown. A lot of buildings are damaged. Vehicles have been overturned. Don't know anything about injuries yet, but there probably are going to be some. If we can get through this without injuries, it's a miracle. And praise God if that happens. And I really hope people took the warning seriously, because that was probably the strongest tornado to hit that part of... I mean, we'll see. It was the strongest tornado in that part of the... in the Houston Metro in probably many years. But again, a possible tornado now approaching Mont Bellevue. No debris signatures right now, which is good, but this could drop a tornado at any time. After Mont Bellevue, it's going to be Old River Winfrey. Then after that, we're going to be moving up into southern Liberty County. I'm just putting some more roads on here while I have time. If you're in Mont Bellevue, you should have been in shelter 15 minutes ago, but you really need to be in shelter now. That is getting... We have a very strong circulation taking shape again. It'll update here in a second. But again, very strong gate-to-gate signature, again, indicative that the probability of a tornado is increasing. And by the way, it's going to be completely wrapped in rain. You will not see it. So again, Mont Bellevue, north of Interstate 10 on State Highway 146. You need to be in a safe place now. Farm to Market 565 over to Old River Winfrey, then up Farm to Market 1409. Same thing for y'all. You need to be in a safe place. This is going to move over Mont Bellevue and then probably right over Old River Winfrey before crossing the Old River Stream. So again, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard-soled tennis shoes, helmets. If you have time, if you're in Mont Belvieu or Old River Winfrey, you're out of time. So again, here's the latest radar velocity scan. We have winds moving toward, away, winds moving towards the radar about 65 miles an hour. Winds moving away about 30, so we're back to about 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Indicating a high probability a tornado is either down or in the process of developing or hopscotching around. We'll just wait and see. But again, here's the latest scan. That circulation actually looks much weaker now. And at some point soon, this should be crossing over a warm front. Let's go ahead and turn dew points back on. That's the easiest way to find this warm front, which marks the line between an unstable air mass to the south and a much more stable air mass north of it. Which, generally speaking, dew points would have to be lower. Example, back over Tomball, Humboldt's dew point at 55, 52 over Conroe. Here's something, though. Beaumont, Port Arthur, dew point was 50 2 hours ago, up to 64. Our warm front's moving north ahead of these storms. So, this storm, Highway 90, Liberty to Beaumont, it might keep going for a while. So, we're going to be dealing with this for a while yet. Those of you roughly from maybe Beaumont, Jasper, down to Liberty, down to the coast, east of these storms, we're going to be with y'all for a while. That's where the highest threat of severe weather will be in Texas. And then after 5 o'clock, we're going to be done. All right, real quick, I am going to take a bathroom break. We'll switch to the live stream from our chasers who are in the Houston Metro. And I'll be back in just a minute.
Neatly out the way. Used to be called we're back. I thought we were getting a big tornado earlier when we had that big motion over that open area after the first tornado.
Yeah, when those rain bands came down and started rapping, I was like, uh-oh. I expected to see something whirl up in the field. Instead it was like,
It was like we had great contrast for it, to see it. Until we didn't.
or 30 seconds.
All right, thank you for your patience. The tornado warning has been canceled. The tornado signature pretty much is quickly dissipated. I know there's that polygon still there, but it's gone. Much more broad now. It may have crossed the warm front. Nevertheless, we're going to keep a very close eye on it. And be ready just in case. Alright, now a couple notes. Pasadena, power lines down at Burke and Park Ridge. Multiple commercial vehicles flipped over at the Beltway and Fairmont, Beltway at Vista. Tornado damage at Beltway and Guyana Red Bluff, Fairmont Parkway and Mickey Gilley Boulevard, Burke and Crenshaw. And again, it's probably going to take a while for us to get all the reports in. But the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. There are technically no tornado warnings in effect. I don't think we're going to get through the rest of the day without tornado warnings. In fact, this thing southeast of Cove may be trying to spin up into a new circulation. It is. It just, yeah, no. We're going to deal with this. This is going to need a tornado warning pretty quick here. You'll see it on the latest scan. But again, a possible tornado now developing just southeast of Cove and Interstate 10 near the U.S. Army Corps. This is then going to move northeast towards Fond du Lac at 563. So again, this is going to be our new circulation. They're going to probably need to put a tornado warning on. We'll get that scan here in just a second, but a pretty good looking signature with that developing, coming up to Interstate 10 in the U.S. Army Corps. There you go. There's that scan right there. Very impressive circulation popping up very quickly. So again, possible tornado about to cross Interstate 10 just west of the U.S. Army Corps Road, east of Cove, east of Highway 99. Let's go ahead and put a marker on that. This is going to be about, major tornado debris signature now, about 7 miles east of Cove. There's no tornado warning, but it's a tornado. I have no problem saying that. I don't issue tornado warnings, but there's a tornado. We'll get the scan here in a second. Major tornado debris signature now on Interstate 10. No tornado warning in effect. Tornado is going to be on Interstate 10 right now, just west of U.S. Army Corps Road. East of Highway 99, east of Cove. Oops, I didn't mean to hit that. So again, that is a confirmed tornado on Interstate 10, about 7 miles east of I-10 and Highway 99, east of Cove, or about 2 to 3 miles west of FM 563 on Interstate 10. There's no tornado warning. There needs to be. There's a tornado. There's a debris signature. We don't issue tornado warnings. That's the Weather Service. This tornado is right on the Trinity River stream out this way, about to cross over a small pond, and then it's going to be crossing over Fond du Lac at 563 if it persists. So again, a confirmed tornado based on a tornado debris signature located at Interstate 10, about 2 miles west of Fond du Lac at 563. This is probably north of the interstate by now, and there's the latest scan. That's not right. Hold on. I think I broke it. So again, a tornado debris signature now continues. This is north of Interstate 10. There's the tornado warning. There's your debris signature, again, about 2 miles west of Fond du Lac at 563. This is going to be moving northeast It's going to cross 563 on the Liberty Chambers County line. Let me get some telestration back on here with some road names. That blue donut's your debris signature. This is going to be coming up to Lake Charlotte Road, County Road 125, Farm to Market 563. Farm to Market 770. And again, this is a confirmed tornado based on tornado debris signature. That's the debris signature, that blue donut. That's the radar detecting debris. It's not rain, it's not hail, it's debris. Got winds moving towards the radar in Houston, about 57, so we'll say 60, moving away about 35, so 95 mile an hour tornado debris signature. With tornado debris signature, so again, these things could spin up quickly. They normally don't last too long, but obviously that has been a not a complete 100% case today, given the long track tornado back in the southeast sides of the Houston metro. Alright, so tornado continues, approaching area just west of Lake Charlotte Road and County Road 125. Tornado debris signature continues. Circulation not as intense looking on this scan again, but latest scan comes in, we're going to see debris fallout. Well, it looks like enough stuff's been picked up. We're starting to get an oviolthon for debris. There you go. And for those of you who may have missed our coverage earlier on Facebook, I'm sorry. Facebook's decided to throttle our page recently, so most of you probably had no idea we were doing tornado coverage, which is frustrating, but we're going to fix that by building on our own platform. Which is why we encourage you to get the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can watch our live coverage straight in the app, and we're about to release some updates to our website and app that'll make it even better. So again, this is the tornado debris signature. That is debris falling out of the sky. Debris that's been lofted well up into the thunderstorm, several thousand feet, and is now beginning to fall out. It's debris, essentially a debris fan. All right, real quick, I'm just going to look and see if I can see how high the debris has been lofted. Looks like at least 7,000 feet. So that was a pretty mean, angry tornado. So again, about 7,000 feet, which is why the debris is starting to fall back out. All right. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode. I'm just looking to make sure we don't have any mischief happening right now down this line. I don't see any. We're going to watch this storm coming off north of Galveston Island. Turn on smoothing. Okay, so back to the velocity. The couplet's definitely starting to come down. I think the tornado's in its dissipation stage now. Approaching approaching Fond du Lac at 563 northwest of Hankamer. Probably about 5 miles north of Interstate 10 on Farm to Market 563. It's a lot of debris falling out of the sky. And the velocity coupler on the latest scan has pretty much dissipated there. So we're not going anywhere, by the way, but I do want to thank everyone who's tuned in this afternoon. Obviously, we've been quite busy in the severe weather department. Looked like we were going to get away without too many issues for a while, and then Mother Nature was like, just kidding, we're going to drop a big tornado in a highly populated area. All right. Let me check. Let's see what our chasers are up to. They're done chasing, but... So again, no severe thunderstorm warnings. One tornado warning for this storm heading up towards Devers on Highway 90. It just concluded producing a brief tornado that crossed Interstate 10 about 2 miles east of Cove, or about 2 to 3 miles west of Farm to Market 563, FM 563. After it makes it past FM 563, it's going to be moving pretty much right towards Devers. It could be there in about 10 minutes, about 3:20 p.m. We'll see if it produces another tornado. These things have been trying to spin up pretty quickly this afternoon, so we're going to be keeping a watchful eye. Oh, excuse me. I do not believe we have a tornado down with this right now, though. That circulation has clearly weakened. We'll see if we get a new one. And we do have interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in our free mobile app. Y'all can check out what's going on here, or in your neighborhood, or across the country. We'll go ahead and, while we have a minute, we're going to take a statewide view. Let me do some cleaning real quick. Hit the precip. Widespread rain starting to end in eastern North Texas down the Brazos Valley, as the main line of storms starts to curve out, and then it'll be moving to Louisiana, Arkansas here in the next 2 hours. As those storms move east, we'll see the back end of the precipitation, the north side snow, start to wrap back around. You can see that in the panhandle parts of West Texas right now, and northwest Texas. That'll continue moving east this evening, and we're going to see this rain start changing over to snow in more of North Texas, into portions of Texoma, probably even the DFW Metroplex. We'll see some wet snow mix in at times this evening, and then northeast Texas before we are done around midnight. So now that I just gave you a verbal description of what's going on, let me show you a visual of what we expect. I just have to load the model data really quick. Is it about 3 o'clock now? We'll go 4 through 1 a.m. So this will take just a minute to load. 9 o'clock, might have rain changing to snow in DFW. A couple hours of snow, perhaps. Surface temperatures remaining above freezing, but some accumulation still possible on grassy surfaces and on elevated objects, especially from Decatur, Denton, McKinney north. Maybe 2 inches up in places like Gainesville, Sherman, of wet snow. You'll see. So that's pretty much what we're expecting. We're going to be done with the severe weather probably within the next 2 hours. 2 to 3 hours in the Golden Triangle. And then this is going to be done. Severe Weather Department will have some wraparound precip, wet snow mixing in across northwest Texas, North Texas, Texoma into northeast Texas. Minor accumulations of possible on grass, elevated objects. Surface roads should stay just wet, mostly. The potential for some of the snow or the slush water to freeze up in northwest Texas, the Panhandle, West Texas, maybe parts of the Big Country and northwest Texas, Texoma tonight as temperatures fall into the upper 20s and low 30s. So that might be an issue. Otherwise, the roads are going to be wet. There might be some slush. Please don't go slicky into the ditch. It's going to be somewhat slick anyway, just because it's wet. And then you add in Dallas drivers, and we all might as well just cry. All right, so that is what we're expecting this evening. We'll be done by probably midnight. Let's go back to our severe weather coverage. We have a tornado warning. This is going to be for near Divas. Still a bit of a circulation there. This did produce a tornado about 15 minutes ago with a confirmed debris ball. Nothing like that right now. And the severe weather threat for the Houston Metro, by the way, is done. If you're in Houston, you're done. No more severe weather. In fact, I don't know if it'll even rain again tonight. So again, if we have a tornado try to develop, it's going to be about 3-4 miles southwest of Devers, moving northeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. At some point soon, this should get north of the warm front. And in terms of the how hard it's raining mode, not really all that organized, you know, nothing you can pick out, but in the how hard is the wind blown / moving mode, you can see an area of rotation. And given the fact this thing spun up very quickly earlier, you have to respect that, and that's why we're here. That's why we still have a tornado warning, and we're keeping an eye on it. We're going to have to watch all these storms as well. Same thing goes for these storms moving in from the Gulf of Mexico. Looks like that's not going to be our problem, though. That's going to be Louisiana, so we might be done in the next 2 hours here. Generally, Lumberton down to Anahawk or Newark, down to the Bolivar Peninsula east for the next 2 hours, and then it's Louisiana's problem. And then our severe weather issues will conclude. Alright, got a severe thunderstorm warning for Brazoria, Chambers, and Galveston counties until 4 o'clock. Potential for some damaging winds up to 60 miles an hour. That's not looking tornadic, but some damaging straight-line winds. Heavy rain, maybe some small hail, lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. That warning will pop up on this feed in just a moment. Newark. Thank you. Newark. Newark. Oh, okay. Well, let's drink some water real quick. Drink some more caffeine. And there's that severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. The tornado warning for Chambers and Liberty counties has been allowed to expire. There is no more tornado warning. Tornado warning is gone. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. Includes Jamaica Beach, Galveston, Hitchcock, Texas City. Let me get rid of this. Smith Point, the Bolivar Peninsula, Port Bolivar, over to High Island. The potential for damaging straight-line winds. You can see those over Galveston Bay right now, the Houston Ship Channel, showing some winds up to 70 miles an hour. Same thing goes for these storms coming towards Galveston. So, Again, once we get rid of these storms, which will be in the next 2 hours, they either move off the coast or move into Louisiana, our severe weather threat in terms of tornadoes, damaging winds, hail, all that, flooding, will be over. Just have to get through the next 1 to 2 hours without any more issues. And this is mostly a squall line at this point, which hopefully will preclude any more long-lived tornadoes. But, given the strong wind shear in place, we're going to have to keep an eye on things. At this point, that tornadic signature, that thing went away. Damaging straight line wind signature coming on into Bolivar Peninsula, you know, from Port Bolivar all the way up Highway 87 to Gilchrist to High Island, Galveston Island from, well, Galveston, Village of Tiki Island, to Bayou Vista, to Jamaica Beach. And a walk. So with that being said, let's see what our chasers are up to. We might tune and watch in on them for a while. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So we'll go ahead, tune in, watch our storm chasing feed. I believe they are near Deer Park at this point. And again, we're not going anywhere, and we'll be back shortly, or at least I will with the voice.
I'm getting over. I don't know where I'm going.
Probably just gonna have to get in here.
Can I bully my way through here?
Watch it! This idiot.
Speeding through damage like that.
I don't know if you're gonna be able to get through here.
I'm just right here.
Oh.
I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Get the keys while Windows.
Alright, and back to the radar as our storm chasers survey damage in Pasadena. Southeast sides of the Houston Metro. We've got a line now of severe storms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. Resulted in a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Jefferson, Hardin, Orange, and Jasper counties in southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle. These storms could produce damaging winds over 60 miles per hour. We're keeping an eye out for any sort of spinny mischief, but at this point we do not see any defined areas of rotation. Nevertheless, we will keep an eye out just in case something does try to spin up quickly. Back along the upper Texas coast, we have same line of storms producing strong outflow winds up 60 miles an hour. Bolivar Peninsula, High Island, all the way down to Port Bolivar, then Galveston Island, all the way down to Jamaica Beach. Strong winds, heavy rain, probably a pretty gnarly shelf cloud. But once this activity progresses through your area, the threat of severe weather will be over. So again, at this point, I think we're probably going to be done within the next hour here in the Golden Triangle, as storms are going to move off to the east. I'm watching this area of potential circulation southwest of Nome, south of Highway 90. Again, seeing these embedded circulations is not overly... Okay, that's a little more concerning. Alright, well, so much for that. A lot of y'all's stuff is about to go bazinga. We've got a tornado warning now. This does include the city of Beaumont, Nome. This is going to be for northwestern Jefferson, Hardin, and Orange counties. I'm going to turn everything off. We're just going to have the tornado warning box on. I want to talk about who's in this tornado warning and who's not. If you are in Port Arthur, Netherland, Bridge City, Orange, Winnie, Devers, Sour Lake, Lumberton, you're not in this tornado. Well, technically Lumberton's in the warning. You're not in the tornado warning. You do not need to do any of this. You still have severe storms with high winds coming in from the west. This tornado warning does include Grayburg, Nome, China, Bevel Oaks, Rose Hill Acres, the entire city of Beaumont, Vidor, Pine Forest. If you're in the tornado warning, that means you do need to take action. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't go outside looking for this thing. It is wrapped in heavy rain. So again, let's go back to the how hard it's raining mode. Look, no well-defined reflectivity structure. Well, that would indicate you could see this. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and yes, we do have a circulation that might try to put a rain-wrapped tornado down. That's going to be approaching the community of Nome here very shortly. As usual today, let's go ahead and pop on some road labels. This is going to be coming up on the community of Nome. So if you're in Nome, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want you trying to go outside and look for this. It is wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it. Head over to the how hard it's raining mode. It's pouring rain. You're not going to see it. This is a quasi-area squall line type circulation. It's called a bookend vortex. Unlike typical supercells, which have a hook echo, that's your bookend vortex. It's actually on the back side of the thunderstorm. Back over to the how hard it's raining mode, we now have a very impressive, well-defined circulation. Let's go ahead and put some markers on it. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about 50. Winds moving away about 50, so that's a 100-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate circulation. Very clear-cut, well-defined. There is not a tornado debris signature at this point being detected by the radar, but this is a very strong circulation, certainly capable of producing a tornado at any time, moving right towards Nome and China on Highway 90. So we don't want travel on Highway 90 between Devers and Highway 61 the west, and pretty much the city of Beaumont on the east. Again, this is going to be a tornado warning for Beaumont. I think this will miss. Now, let's not say it's going to miss, but at its present trajectory, I think this will stay west of Beaumont for quite a while. It's moving northeast. And again, these kind of circulations don't typically last particularly long. So what this might end up doing is dissipating before it gets close to Beaumont. Nevertheless, a tornado warning is in effect for the city of Beaumont, is in effect for China, Nome, Bevel Oaks, Rose Hill Acres, Lumberton, Vidor, and Pine Forest. And again, we need to watch out for any additional circulations that try to spin up. I see that. We'll keep an eye on this thing near Winnie. Again, we're not dealing with supercell type circulations at this point. We're dealing with these squall line things that tend to spin up real quick, but also spin down just as quickly. So again, this is a tornado warning for portions of Jefferson, Hardin, and Orange counties. If you're in Beaumont, you're in the warning, but for now, I don't think you're under an imminent threat, per se. This thunderstorm, there is a tornado debris signature now. There you go. So we do have a confirmed tornado just southwest of Nome, coming up on Highway 90 at this point. Let me turn the smoothing off. You'll see it, that small tornado debris signature right there, in conjunction with that circulation. So we do have a tornado now in progress, coming up to Highway 90, maybe a mile west of Nome. And this is moving northeast at a brisk, I'm going to say 50 miles an hour. 45, 50, close enough. So again, tornado is now in progress 1 mile southwest of Nome on Highway 90. We'll get an updated scan in just a second. There's that updated scan. Tornado debris signature on Highway 90 now, about a mile west of Nome. But the velocity couplet is gone. And that's the name of the game with these little bookend vortices. They spin up really quick, but they go away just as quick. So again, that's likely residual debris falling out of the sky about 1 to 3 miles west of Nome on Highway 90. We likely had a tornado about 3.5 miles southwest of Nome with that storm. That tornado has now lifted based on the velocity data. Which begs the question, are we going to see another circulation develop? We might, but at this point, we're just going to have to wait and see. Damaging straight line winds moving towards Beaumont, China, Bevel Oaks, Rose Hill. I mean, we have 55-mile-an-hour winds out of the east ahead of these storms in the Golden Triangle right now, and that's a factor of the deepening low pressure. Almost like a tropical storm. But thunderstorm winds out of the west, 50 to 70 miles per hour. There's the latest scan that just came in. Ooh, that debris signature west of Nome just got nasty. So either that tornado didn't lift as quickly as I thought, but ooh, mamma mia. So that thing did pick some stuff up. The rotation signature's gone now, though, so that's residual debris that's been lofted about 3 miles west of Nome on Highway 90. So Highway 90 may have some debris on it 3 miles west of Nome. Otherwise, we have no other tornadic circulations at this time. Let me fix this. We do have severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour, essentially from Jamaica Beach, Galveston, the Bolivar Peninsula. You're about to get slammed. High Island down to Port Bolivar, about to get 60, 70 mile an hour winds. That's what that is right there. Sorry. Latest scan. Go back up, make sure we have no spinning mischief developing quickly. Broad rotation. Back to the... Well, that was interesting. I broke the radar. Okay, there we go. Oh, again, these pinks. Strong winds about to hit the Bolivar Peninsula, High Island. Strong winds likely now over the Galveston Island down to Jamaica Beach. And this thin line of storms moving at 50 out into the Gulf. It's only going to last 5-10 minutes and then it's done. A little thicker up here in the Golden Triangle, so it'll last longer than 5-10 minutes, but... Otherwise, I'm hopeful we can get this tornado warning canceled quickly if we don't have a new circulation develop. Still some broad rotation near China back west to Nome, but no clear-cut, well-defined circulations at this second. But we might have one spin up quickly. We had a brief tornado about 3 miles southwest of Nome 7 to 8 minutes ago. We'll see if that can re-intensify. Plug in the phone. Don't you love it when you get one of these cameras that can zoom and, you know, just stick with you and move around and zoom in on your face? I don't know if that's a good thing yet or not. Y'all can tell me. Here's the latest velocity scan. Really not all that much to write home about in the rotation department. Yes, we have some strong winds showing up, but that's just a factor of the fact it really is windy. So again, damaging straight line winds, certainly on the list of plausibilities here. Extending back west to High Island, the Bolivar Peninsula. Galveston, you're in it now. You're going to be done probably by 3:45. And then this activity... when this gets out of Texas and the Golden Triangle, we're done with severe storms, so we might be done by 4:30 at this rate. But we'll take a look at the state of Texas as a whole. We still have some snow falling in the Texas Panhandle, West Texas. But most of that's starting to shift now into Northwest Texas. We're going to see that rain-snow line likely propagate off to the east into Texoma, North Texas. Dinner time, 7, 8 o'clock. Some wet snow around the Metroplex, especially along the north of Interstate 20, up into Texoma. Then Northeast Texas this evening. Wet snow for maybe 2 to 3 hours. Surface temperatures and ground temperatures are above freezing, so accumulations will be limited to grassy surfaces, elevated objects. Roads should remain just wet. But we are starting to switch over to some snow in Abilene now, it looks like. Surface temperatures, again, should still be in the mid-30s in the big country. We'll look, yeah, mid-upper 30s, and yet it's snowing. That's just a factor of the extremely cold air we have aloft at this point, helping that snow make it down to the surface. The freezing layer goes to within about probably 1,000 feet of the ground, 500 feet, so that's why it's able to snow even though temperatures are a couple degrees above freezing. Alright. let's get back to it. Oh, we still have that tornado warning around Beaumont, but I want to make clear right now there is no clear-cut circulation with this. Could one form? Yes, but not right now. So y'all can breathe easier for now. I wouldn't be shocked if that tornado warning's gone here soon. Watching down here southwest of Winnie, west of Stowell, this thing's trying to do a little spinny mischief. Nothing tornadic at this point, but these could spin up quickly, so we're going to be watching. Switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode. Let's do this. Let me press a couple buttons. I'm going to switch to that. And we're just going to do a loop here over the last hour. And you can see how quickly these storms are moving at this point. Again, this is a 30-minute, 40-minute loop at this point. These things are blasting east at 50. So they're going to be out of here soon. Severe weather threat for Houston is over. Galveston, you've got 5-10 minutes, then you'll be done. And only tornado warning we have right now is for that storm down in the Golden Triangle coming up on Beaumont. That's mainly for the potential of some brief tornado, but no clear-cut rotation signature right now, though I am watching very weak rotation southeast of China. That would make it towards Beaumont. But right now, that's weak. I want to make that abundantly clear. That is not.
Another thing you may notice.
For what it's worth, apparently the Shell Deer Park chemical plant, a bunch of chemical plants down Pasadena over to Deer Park, they may be doing flare operations, emergency shutdowns, stuff like that, due to the either power disruption from tornado or the tornado. Etc. So this is going to be the next concern, I think. That is, it's still quite weak, but it is our new area of rotation. Be moving like that, maybe like that, close enough regardless. Like that, I guess. We'll let the little automated fancy doohickey do its job and, you know, draw, but so kind of like that. So if this is able to tighten up, that could produce a tornado. That is moving towards Beaumont. And I remind folks, a tornado warning is in effect. There's damage video, by the way, coming out of Pasadena. So again, structure damage from the tornado earlier. And a tornado warning does remain in effect for Beaumont. At this point, I'd say the concern for a tornado is China to Beaumont to Vidor, Pine Forest. But the polygon still technically includes Lumberton, Rose Hill Acres, Bevel Oaks, and Sour Lake, and Nome. Nome, you're clear. Nome, you're fine. You're done. Gonna keep a close eye on this little area of rotation, though. That's trying to spin up southwest of Beaumont. We have a second circulation trying to spin up down here, southwest of Stowell. Let me put some roads on here. So again, Yeah, that's going to be a tornado. It's trying to spin up a tornado right now southwest of Stowall. Assuming a tornado warning is required, this is going to be moving towards Fairview Road near Highway 124. May pass very near Stowall. Should stay south of Winnie. And we know damage video, that's live video from Adam Lucio, Ben McCone, Stephen Jones of tornado damage in Pasadena. They are near Golden Acres. And Jason, if you're listening, if for some reason... nah, you don't need to do anything. I'll tell you one thing we're going to do for next time, though. We're going to set it up, Jason, to where you can... the same way we do the weather warning stuff that can easily update the file. We're going to set one up that you can manually edit for locations. Okay, so... that's concerning. This thing's trying to tighten up a bit. So 2 circulations we're watching right now. Let me get some roads on here first. All right, 2 circulations we're watching. One just south of Highway 90 near Pine Island Levee Road. That's moving towards the city of Beaumont. This thing southwest of Stowall is a problem and continues to intensify. That could be an incipient tornado beginning to develop. Yeah, there you go with that. The possibility of a tornado developing approaching Fairview Road, north of White Ranch Road. That's a pretty good little circulation trying to spin up. I would not be surprised if we had a brief tornado generate from that. This is going to be west of... come on, give me my little roads. Jerk. Give me the road. Give me the road. Give me the road. Door. What? Okay, so Pear Orchard Road, south of Fairview Road, coming up on Fairview Road, probably near Pear Orchard Road. It's going to be a couple miles west of Highway 124. That is going to be moving towards Stowall and maybe Winnie if it turns left. Yeah, Stowall, y'all need to probably get ready. That could be a problem. As we head northeast, a circulation now on Highway 90 near Pine Island Levee Road. And Pine Island Road. And this is a tornado warning. That does include the city of Beaumont through 4 p.m. This possible tornado would be a threat to Beaumont up to Rose Hill Acres. If you're in Nome and China, you're fine. This is east of China now. But again, this thing coming up on Fairview Road and Pear Orchard Road is problematic. Hello, dog. Thanks for joining and opening doors and doing all that nonsense. I hope you enjoy your little comfy bed. Just headbutt my desk? You want pets? Okay, fine. I'm only live streaming. What you want? You want pets? Yeah, you want pets. Sorry, dog takes precedence sometimes. Dog. Okay, back to that. Okay, so again, 2 circulations we're watching. One, Highway 90 near Pine Island Road. Second, South Pear Orchard Road at Fairview Road, southwest of Stowall. I'm kind of surprised there's not a tornado warning for this thing southwest of Stowall, but what can you do for a Glenda bar? So again, we'll see. At this point, the how hard it's a raining mode. Bucket of spilled paint. That's a pretty good accurate representation. No tornado debris signatures, meaning the radar is not detecting debris being lofted, which doesn't mean there's not brief tornadoes down. So this possible tornado over Highway 90 at Pine Island Road, which is going to be about 7 miles west of Interstate 10 and Highway 90. A possible circulation that could be a tornado about 5 miles southwest of Stowell, moving northeast. That's a little circulation that's trying to get itself together. No tornado warning for that, but can't rule out a brief tornado. I'm gonna have to shovel snow. Poop. Seesaws. All right. And for what it's worth, the Houston tornado, or the Houston, let's be specific here, the Pasadena Deer Creek tornado, Deer Creek, make sure I get that right. Deer Park, see? Pasadena, Deer Park to northwest of Baytown tornado. Storm surveys for that will be tomorrow. So we're not going to know anything in terms of the tornado width, path length, actual intensity until tomorrow. Although we know the tornado path length was likely about 20 miles, give or take a few miles, based off the tornado debris signature. All right, we have one tornado warning. Probably should be two. This possible tornado now 3 miles southwest of Stowall, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. That could be damaging winds, maybe a brief tornado. A possible tornado now just north of Highway 90, moving towards the northwest sides of Beaumont, about 6 miles southwest of Highway 96. This will cross north of Interstate 10. This is not a threat to Interstate 10 at this point. Though there's heavy rain on Interstate 10 from Beaumont southwest, it's not a particularly pleasant experience at this time. Okay, it's going to be on Old Sour Lake Road. Stop. Put some roads on here. Coming up to Keith Road. It's interesting. So again, if there's a tornado down, it would likely be a weak, brief one at this point, I might add. Near Old Sour Lake Road, coming up on Keith Road, moving east-northeast towards Major Road and Keith Road. Dishman Road would be the east-west cross street, eventually then crossing into northwest Beaumont, Delaware Street, Dolan Road. Etc. All right, back to the which way the wind's blowing mode down here. This thing southwest of Stowall, coming up on Highway 124. Can't rule out a brief tornado, probably some damaging winds, etc. Got to make a voice message real quick. That does tend to happen during large-scale incidents such as this. When you interrupt live coverage to give a common sense voice message, it is, yeah. So again, possible for little circulation coming up on Highway 124. It's going to be passing near or just south of Stowall, south of Winnie. It's pouring rain in Winnie right now, no doubt about it. All right, let me check this. We're going to switch to Lake Charles radar. Let's see if we got a better view from this. Yeah, I mean, I can see the circulation north of Old Sour Lake Road, west of Keith Lake Road, or Keith Road. No tornado debris signature, broad circulation for the moment. This one is showing a circulation closer to Winnie, though. I don't think so in terms of a tornado issue right now, but we'll see if the Weather Service decides to extend this tornado warning past 4 p.m. For now, circulations are broad. Definitely a damaging wind threat. We'll head back. Let's press some buttons. We'll do a radar loop. There you go. We're going to be done this by 5. By the way, maybe 4:30. The rate these are moving, these are going to be out of here. And then the threat for severe weather will continue this evening into southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle. Pretty much, I'll show you the risk in a minute. There you go. Get you one more loop of that. Then we'll show you the severe weather risk. All right, there you go. Let's press some buttons. This is the severe weather risk. today for this evening. Southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southwest Alabama, into the Florida Panhandle, places like New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Slidell, Hattiesburg, Biloxi, Mississippi, Mobile, Alabama, Orange Beach, over into the Florida Panhandle. So Pensacola, Freeport, Panama City, and then the tornado risk. Show me the tornado risk is medium. So yeah, severe weather threat's going to continue for those folks tonight. Fast-moving nighttime tornadoes, not exactly the most pleasant experience. I mean, tornadoes themselves aren't generally pleasant experiences. Add in fast-moving nighttime rain-wrapped, and that just sounds like about as much fun as going to the dentist. Okay, back to the radar. See, I mean, it's broad, yet can't rule out a brief tornado. Definitely some strong winds coming on the backside of the circulation into Beaumont. Could have winds up to 60 miles an hour on Walton Road right now. We'll put a probe on it. See maybe some 58, 60 mile an hour winds. But y'all had 55 mile an hour winds out of the east-southeast for the last couple hours. So it'll be the same strength winds, but just from the west. A lot of heavy rain. It's going to pour rain 15, 20 minutes. Then it's going to be done, and you're done. Severe weather threat is just about over for Texas, about over for the Golden Triangle, which is good because these little baby storms out ahead of this. Rude. Ooh, I broke the radar. Great. Oh, why are we issuing tornado warnings? Okay. I've probably had 7 hours of sleep in the last 2 days, so I'm a little tired. All right. Looks like they've decided to tornado warn the circulation back near Stowell. This tornado warning does include, technically, yeah, we'll just say that, Stowell, Taylor's Landing, Fannett, it looks like, over to west of Port Arthur, stays west of 93 and 287, 347 for now. Possibility of a brief rain-wrapped tornado now on Highway 124. It's going to be crossing over Highway 124 on or just east of Highway 124 near Stowell right now. As it moves east-northeast at 50 miles an hour, it's going to be impacting Highway 73 and possibly Highway 124 over the next 20 minutes northeast of Stowell and Winnie as it moves northeast. There we go. See, that didn't need to be so difficult. I just made it difficult because I'm David. But hey, you know what? We are here until the very end when we get these severe storms out of the state. We appreciate y'all being with us. Hope y'all have made it through this day without any sort of damage or issues. I know a lot of y'all have gotten rain, good rains, and some snow. It's actually snowing pretty good outside my window right now where I'm located. When this is all done in the next 45 minutes, I'm probably going to have to go get snow off my car. But that's okay. I like snow. I'm a snow weenie. There we go. So again, 2 tornado warnings right now. Both are for the potential of brief tornadoes. One possible circulation now east of Stowell, east of Winnie, about to be on Highway 170, or excuse me, Highway 73, maybe 2 to 3 miles east of Winnie. Second circulation really is not that easy to find right now. It'd be on the northwest sides of Beaumont, but frankly, it is not really there. Let's check a different radar. Okay, that's definitely a better look at it. There's still a circulation there. Aloft, Highway 105, northwest sides of Beaumont, moving northeast. Okay, so most of Beaumont's not going to have to deal with this. If there's a tornado, it would be coming up on Highway 96, probably near Beaumont, or Highway 105, near Highway 96, towards 105. It's a good thing these are going to be out of Texas soon. My brain is obviously turned into a bottle of puddle. See? Bottle of puddle. There we go. That's the word puzzle we're playing with. Either that or I'm having a stroke. I'm not having a stroke, by the way. I'm just hungry. Hopefully. Okay, so near North Keith Road. Oh, why did you intensify? Don't do that. Okay, so pretty good circulation now. Highway 105 near North Keith Road and North Major Drive, northwest sides of Beaumont, moving northeast towards Highway 96. Damaging straight line wind potential. Maybe a tornado. Back south, the potential for a brief tornado coming up on Highway 73 now, probably near or east of Elgin Road. I've seen some tornadoes near, or that's, yeah, I'm just going to stick with Elgin. It's technically whatever, Elgin it is. Put some roads on here. Okay, so this is going to be coming up on Highway 73 between Elgin and Wilbur Road. Another circulation might be trying to pop up south of 73 going towards Big Hill Road. We'll see. Big old severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much the entirety Beaumont, Boona, Deweyville, Orange, Bridge City, Netherland, Port Arthur, etc. Tornado warning around Beaumont's been allowed to expire. That's got wind, some rotational off, but not a imminent tornado signature. But we're keeping an eye on it. Just want to see what they were doing. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire for Hardin, Jefferson, Orange County. No more tornado warning around Beaumont. Y'all are getting rocked by a pretty strong to severe storm. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, small hail, and winds 50 to 60 miles an hour out of the west. After that, that'll leave us with this thunderstorm down in east of Winnie. That circulation looks less than impressive now, which means hopefully now we can get by without any more tornado warnings. As I stretch. And look at some data. Okay, so once these storms get east of the Golden Triangle, we're going to be done for severe weather. We're almost done with severe weather. 99% of Texas is. We just got to get these last heavy storms through Buna, Beaumont, Orange, Port Arthur, Bridge City, and then we're going to be done. Again, these are really just broad rotation. Maybe with the exception of this near Big Hill Road, south, maybe 2 miles south of State Highway 73. That might be a circulation trying to spin up. And that's moving northeast, which would bring it into Port Arthur. At the least, damaging straight line winds. At worst, it could be the beginning of a new tornadic circulation, which would be a threat to Netherland. I'm saying it wrong. I'm just going to Google it. You see, I got a pronunciation guide for this stuff. I don't usually look at it in real time, but I'm about as special as a hot dog at Wrigley Field, so I'm going to look. Nederland, okay. If that's wrong, blame Wikipedia. So again, this is a problem about 4 or 5 miles east of Winnie, We're going to get a new scan here in a second. That circulation's tightening up. Ah, for heaven's sake. All right. Nearland, Groves, Port Arthur, y'all might have a problem with this if it makes it that far. But again, pretty strong indications of a developing tornado now. About 5 miles east of Winnie, coming up on Highway 73, just east of Big Hill Road. So let's go ahead and turn off the magical super duper awesome blossom drawing tool. And this is going to be wind mode. So we got winds moving about 55 miles an hour towards the radar in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Winds moving away about 48. 105 mile an hour gate to gate shear. And this is moving east-northeast, generally towards Nederland, Port Arthur, Groves, and Port Neches. So that's a problem. Back to the how hard it's raining mode again. You're not going to see it. It is wrapped in heavy rain. No tornado debris signature right now, but I am going to go ahead and start putting some more roads on here. And this is coming up towards Taylor Landing. There's the latest scan. Obviously, that didn't help me as much as I would have liked. That's a problem. So, in all likelihood, we're about to have a tornado down on Highway 73, west of Taylor Landing. That's Livingston Ranch Road. Rotation is continuing to intensify, so now we're going to have to go to a more urgent call of action. Winds moving towards the radar in Lake Charles at 60. Winds moving away about 40. So this is going to be on Highway 73 just east of Jap Road, coming up on LaBelle Road, Half Circle Ranch Road. Those of you out here need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to go out and look for this. It's wrapped in heavy rain. You're not going to see it. Those of you who might be in trailers or vehicles, that's a no-no. Get out. Go to a site belt structure, gas station, fast food restaurant, hotel, travel plaza, neighbor's house, etc. Tornado debris signature. We now have a tornado in progress on Highway 73 near Taylor's Landing. So again, there's your tornado debris signature right there. I'm going to turn smoothing off. I keep it on because I know y'all like it. It looks better, but this is easier to detect it. That is a tornado debris signature now. Very strong velocity signature. Winds moving away from the radar in Lake Charles at 62, moving towards at 60, now up to 120 mile per hour shear. A confirmed tornado is now in progress. About 3 miles west of Taylor Landing, Jefferson County, coming up towards Half Circle Ranch Road, near or just north of Highway 73. Coming up towards LaBelle Road. This will be moving towards LaBelle Road and Highway 365. This may pose a direct threat to Nederland, Port Neches, northwestern sections of Port Arthur. So again, this is a confirmed tornado now. That means we have a tornado debris signature. That's that little blue donut. We have a tornado doing damage. This tornado is wrapped in rain. Heavy rain, you're not going to see it. So again, with a tornado now in progress, we urge folks west of Nederland, west of Port Arthur, Taylor Landing, to be in a safe place. For what it's worth, if this continues, it's going to be near Port Arthur at about 4:20, Port Acres at 4:15. Technically, Port Arthur's not under a tornado warning right now. It may need to be. Ooh, that debris signature just got all sorts of angry. All right, Real question is, though, is this going to be one of these short-lived spin-ups, or are we going to have to deal with this for a while? We'll see in a minute. But again, confirmed tornado continues. Southwest of Taylor Landing by 1 mile. Tornado does continue in the reflectivity department, so it is not dissipated yet. Approaching LaBelle Road, about 1 mile north of Highway 73. A confirmed tornado doing damage. Pretty big debris signature, so something's just gotten lofted considerably. So again, we have a confirmed tornado now approaching Taylor Landing, Jefferson County, in the Golden Triangle. A tornado debris signature, meaning we do have a tornado down doing damage, lofting debris. This tornado is coming toward Taylor Landing, crossed Highway 73, probably 8 miles east of Winnie. So we may have debris blocking part of Highway 73 between Winnie and Port Arthur. We'll get an updated scan here in just a second. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. You can see no clear-cut signs of rotation. That's why we have the debris tracker mode and the velocity mode. This tornado is moving right towards the prison west of Nederland. It's your tornado debris signature. It'll eventually update. It updated. Almost a split-looking signature, honestly. But obviously a lot of debris has been lofted. And remember, what goes up must come down. So that there. Reflectivity. This is another bookend vortex or a squall line type tornado on the backside. Tornado crossed Highway 73 just south of Taylor Landing. That's from a storm chaser, Brad Arnold. And this tornado now very near Taylor Landing. Rude, rude, rude. That's not what I meant to hit. So now I'm going to have to restart the program because that creates a... Well, for technical wizards, this is a 32-bit program. Loading all that high-res radar data causes, well, the 32-bit type memory to run out. One day it'll be a 64-bit program, and I'll be a happy baldy. Okay, so tornado in progress near Taylor Landing, moving towards the prison west of Nederville. We'll see if it makes it that far. These kind of circulations don't typically last more than 5 to 10 minutes. That being said, you never really want to test it. Tornado debris signature remains evident. Latest scan there. It's not as evident. There's still a circulation there. Probably still a tornado. Let's go up here, make sure nothing's going on. Beaumont, strongest part of the storm's gone through the city. It'll be out of town within the next 10 minutes. Then you're going to be done with any sort of severe weather mischief. We should probably be done with all this. I think we're going to be done by 4:45. So, real question is that circulation still going to be here next scan? We're just going to have to wait and see. We do note a new circulation may be trying to develop just southeast of Beaumont now. And that's the name of the game with these squall line type situations. This might be a new circulation trying to spin up. We're going to have to wait and see. It may not be, but we're just playing nitpick at this point. Tornado debris signature, that is debris falling out of the sky. That's not really a clear-cut current debris signature. That might just mean the tornado is lifted and debris still falling, but we're going to find out pretty quick. There's still a pretty good velocity couplet right there. New tornado warning. It might be for this storm. We'll see in a minute. No, it's for the northern section. All right, there's going to be a new tornado warning northeast of Beaumont. This will be for southwestern Newton and southeastern Jasper County. Possible tornado located near Morrisville, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So again, this tornado about to cross over Highway... It's not telling me. There we go. Highway 62, northeast of Morrisville, near Beaumont, maybe just south of Beaumont. And this is going to be crossing over Highway 87, north of Deweyville after that. And then moving into Louisiana. So again, damaging winds. Possible brief tornado with this storm crossing over Highway 62 now, halfway between Beaumont and Morrisville, and then it's going to cross over 87 northwest of Deweyville. I'll put some roads on here, switch back to the how hard it's raining mode. Let's get some roads on here. Crossing over FM 253. Note that circulation starting to spin up in Louisiana. That is not a Texas problem, thankfully. So again, the possibility of a brief tornado now on Highway 87, very near County Road 797. That'll be moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Back down south, a tornado possibly still in progress. That'll be coming up on Highway 365 near the prison west of Neederville. Now east of Garner Road. Tornado remains. There still could be one. That might be an intermittent debris signature. And again, this is going to be coming up to Highway 93. The Weather Service will have a decision to make. Much weaker velocity on the latest scan. Still there, but weaker, so we'll see what they decide to do. I'm still concerned about this south of Rose City, just southeast of Beaumont. That might be trying to spin up. If it does, it could cross I-10 near or just east of Vidor. We'll watch that over the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, again, possible tornado approaching the prison west of Neederville. Highway 365. Well east of Gardner Road at this point. East of Hillbrant Road. This is north of Highway 73. Most of Port Arthur will not have an issue with this. This is going to be an issue for Nederland, Port Neches, south of Beaumont. I tell you, I don't like this thing southeast of Beaumont, though, up near Highway 96, 380. That's about to move over the marsh there and then into areas just east of Rose City to near Vidor. That might be a problem. If the ferry's out there right now, that'd be pretty interesting. Unlike chasing a water spout on a ferry. I do that once. Okay. Why is the warning scroll not updating? Okay, I think that's the new tornado warning down south. Let me change this around. That warning scroll obviously hasn't been updating, which is incredibly frustrating, but what you gonna do? If I can even change it. If I can't change it, I'll just turn the bloody thing off. Alright. Guess that's what we're gonna do. is not updating on my end. Okay, this new tornado warning does include Nederland, Port Neches, Groves, northwest sides of Port Arthur. Bridge City does not include Orange. Still concerned we're going to have a spin up south of Vidor. We're going to need to wait and see. A lot of straight line wind from Beaumont, about to cross over 87 near FM 253. That is more of a damaging wind look versus tornado look. Circulation here approaching Nederland, not as strong as it was, but still there. I have to watch that carefully. So again, those of you in Nederland, Groves, Bridge City should be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. At this point, Beaumont, doesn't look like you're going to have an issue with any spinning mischief from this. So again, we're almost done with this. Possible damaging straight line winds. Brief tornado about to cross over 87 north of County Road 33114 up to 253 to Holmes Road. East of Kirbyville, east of Beaumont, east of 96. That is about to be a Louisiana problem. That's just a scary looking storm over to Quincy, Louisiana. That thing's kind of scary. That thing wraps up. That's going to put a tornado down. But that's Louisiana. Alright. Let's load this. So we're going to focus on this thunderstorm approaching Nederland, north sides of Port Arthur, Port Neches to Bridge City. Damaging winds, can't rule out a brief tornado. It'd be over 380 or 365 and 93 right now. This circulation south of Vidor. Still not, could have damaging winds. Watching in case it tries to spin up a brief tornado. At this point, it is not. These storms are moving northeast at, well, this one's only moving at about 40 miles an hour. The one up here north of Deweyville is moving at 65. Possibility of a tornado about to cross Highway 87 near FM 253. Damaging straight line winds. After that, it's going to be out of the state 5 minutes later. So there's the latest scan with that. We'll head back down to Texas, or head back to Texas. Good gravy, sweet Molly. A bit of spin just southeast of Vidor. We're going to watch that, and then this circulation is now through Nederland, Port Neches, Groves, north of Port Arthur, and it's pouring in those cities, but the potential for circulation out over the bay, Marsh, about to cross over into Orange County, and then it's going to cross over Interstate 10, maybe near Pinehurst and Orange. The question is the circulation going to redevelop, intensify, or is this it? If this is it, they may not issue a new tornado warning. But we need to watch this thunderstorm or the circulation southeast of Vidor, just in case it tries to spin up. That would be an issue for Morrisville. But we'll see. Looking back at the how hard it's raining mode, line of storms, Kirbyville, Deweyville, Morrisville, between Beaumont and Orange, Nederland, Port Arthur, moving east at 40 to 50 to 60 miles an hour. Behind it, no more severe weather, so we are probably 15-20 minutes away from being done with severe weather in Texas. No flash flood warnings have been issued, though. That flash flooding issue will take a couple hours to a couple hours to recede afterwards. All right, this new circulation near Vidor is under a tornado warning now. You'll see it here in a second. So we have a tornado warning for Vidor, Morrisville, Little Cypress, up to Deweyville. So this will include Highway 12 all the way from Vidor and Interstate 10 to the Louisiana state line. It's going to include Highway 87 from pretty much north of Orange all the way to almost Kirbyville because of the other tornado warning. Morrisville, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room away from windows. The polygon will pop up here any minute now. There you go. That's the polygon. And again, that's for the new circulation developing. We'll let the latest radar scan come in. There you go. Circulation, if there is a tornado down, would be very near Concord Street, coming up on Interstate 10, South Terry Road. Once it moves over that, it's going to pass over the east sides of Vidor, and then probably ride up Highway 12 towards Morrisville. All right, real quick, going to take a 2-minute break or less, as that water ran through me. So let's see if the chaser streams up. Well, they've got damage there, but all right, gonna be right back. Stream's not dying. I just have to go relieve myself, so be right back. All right, and we are back. My apologies. is 4:28 on the 24th of January 2023 in the midst of a severe weather event across the Golden Triangle in southeast Texas. Now, let me tell you something. I don't like the way we're trending with this circulation northwest of Bridge City. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode, by the way. These in red are moving away from the radar in Lake Charles. This moving towards the radar. I don't like the fact we have such strong inflow showing up here west of Pinehurst. Makes me think we might see an uptick in tornado potential over the next few minutes. So those of you in Pinehurst, Orange, Little Cypress, you need to be in a safe place. This thing may be getting ready to try and produce a tornado. We're just going to have to wait and see, but it definitely has my attention. Video you're watching from our chasers, Adam Lucio, Ben McCone, Stephen Jones. They are in Pasadena, southeast sides of the Houston Metro, documenting damage from a tornado a bit earlier this afternoon. Apparently, there's... Okay, looks like we are about to have a problem. Very, 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 very strong velocity. So, we could have what might be the incipient... Yeah. You see, with that such strong inflow there, I'm concerned we might have a strong tornado trying to develop. So, tornado now likely either developing or down now, just east of 4th Avenue on Orange Field Road. This is going to be moving into the cities of Pinehurst and Orange. So we'll go back full screen here, given the situation. Those of you in Pinehurst, Orange, you need to be in a safe place now. Lowest floor, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, a tornado likely down now. North sides of Bridge City on Orange Field Road. Moving towards Highway 73. This will be from Highway 73 on Orange Field Road. This is going to be 3 miles west. We now have a tornado debris signature. I'll show you that in just a second. But again, assuming that is where this is about 7 miles west of Orange, about 6 miles southwest of Pinehurst. A strong tornado. Yeah, we got a problem here. That is a strong tornado. Strong tornado underway. Again, so this is the strongest circulation we've seen since the Deer Park tornado. So again, back to this. I know it's de-aliasing a little here. Let me see if I can't clean that up. But again, a strong tornado now underway on Garrison Road, just east of 4th Avenue, about 6 miles west of Pinehurst. This is in Orange County, the Golden Triangle, in far southeast Texas. That didn't work. So, a large, extremely dangerous tornado is now confirmed. I'll read the text warning. Let me check. So again, a large, extremely dangerous tornado located over Orange Field near Bridge City, north sides of Bridge City, about 5 miles west of Pinehurst, 6 miles west of Orange. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. We want no one on Interstate 10 near 73 and 10. This thing's going to be lofting vehicles if it's like this when it gets to 10. So, massive tornado debris signature. A large, extremely dangerous tornado in progress now, northeast of Garrison Road, coming up on Interstate 10 near Tulane Road. Again, this is probably, again, like the tornado we dealt with in East Houston earlier. Ooh, that's just not good. Looks like we've got a large, significant tornado in progress It's going to be crossing Highway 73 very near Interstate 10 shortly. That's a massive tornado debris signature. At your velocity data there, about 70 moving towards the radar, about 70 moving away. That is a 140 mile per hour gate-to-gate couplet with what is now a large, extremely dangerous tornado approaching Highway 73 and Interstate 10. Those of you in Pinehurst need to get your butts in shelter 10 minutes ago, but you better do it now. I am hoping this is going to stay just north of Orange. If this turns right at all, we're going to have a problem in Orange. And again, there's no TxDOT cameras. Very sad. So those of you in Pinehurst, Orange, be in shelter now. All right, this is a large, extremely dangerous tornado again. So this, we'll see how long it lasts. This may not last too long, but right now it is pissed. That's about as meteorologically detailed as I'll get for that. So again, large, dangerous tornado currently coming up on Highway 73 and Interstate 10. Two-lane road in Highway 73. This is going to be the old cattle crossing road. We'll get an update here. There's the tornado debris signature. Major debris ball now coming up on two-lane road. This is about to hit Interstate 10. There's the latest velocity signature there. Winds moving away from the radar about 35. Winds moving towards the radar about 63. About 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate couplet. Still concerned with the inflow showing up here north of Interstate 10, indicative that this circulation remains quite active. If you want another way to look at it, this doesn't count storm motion, but it'll give you the velocity. About 110 mile an hour winds. Yeah, so tornado in progress with a big-time tornado debris signature. What could be a strong tornado now coming up on Highway 73 and Interstate 10. If you were in Pinehurst, Orange, you need to be in your tornado shelters now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't want folks trying to go outside looking for this thing. That's for sure. It's going to be moving through the northwest sides of Orange, moving towards Little Cypress. It might be Highway 73. It might be 62. I think it's 62 we're looking at here, that this stupid thing labeled as 73. But either way, Highway 73, Highway 62, tornado likely hitting right now, the Pilot Flying J Travel Center. If you remember, a couple years ago, we covered a tornado just west of this location that lofted those recreational vehicles, about the same place here. So if there's if that tornado is still down, it just hit multiple hotels, a Pilot Flying J, a Whataburger, and it's going to be moving now towards Oakleaf Park, and then eventually it's going to be passing towards Cowboy Church of Orange County, and then eventually up towards FM 3247. Tornado debris signature continues here. We'll get an updated velocity scan in just a moment. There you go. Not as strong, but I'm concerned that strong inflow to the north is still there, indicating this thing, if the tornado does dissipate, we may get another one. So again, a possible tornado, well, there's no possible, I'm sorry. A confirmed tornado has just crossed Interstate 10, very near Highway 62/73, moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. This is going to be pretty much northwest sides of the city of Orange, Pinehurst, moving towards Little Cypress. So again, we're just using the tornado debris signature to track it at this point. It's a pretty easy thing to do. The reflectivity mode, again, this is a bookend vortex, which I won't meteorologically explain right now. It's just essentially, think of it as a backwards hook echo on the back side of the thunderstorm versus, your typical hook echo on the front that swings forward. This one swings back. If you prefer to call it a dyslexic hook echo, you're more than welcome to. It's actually not a bad way to think about it. Cool. So again, tornado now over. Coming up on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and Alley Payne Road. Pinehurst, Northwest Orange. Tornado debris signature continues, indicating we still have at least a tornado hopscotching around. Velocity signature not as impressive in terms of the intensity, about 70 to 80 mile an hour now versus the 140, which indicates that the tornado may be less intense. Nevertheless, tornado's a tornado. You need to be in shelter, especially if you were north of Interstate 10. Now, there's Bluff Road. And I mean, there's population out here. So again, this is about to impact Little Cypress on Highway 87. Tornado now north of Interstate 10. If you're in orange if you're in orange south of Interstate 10, this is north of you now. If you are on Interstate 10 north, you need to be in shelter. We're going to see a tornado warning extended downstream for this. I believe that is what's just been issued. All right, latest scan of tornado debris signature, less impressive. We have what's called a debris fan, or a, what is it, an ovial fan or something? It's spreading out debris, falling out of the sky, being lofted, etc. Reports that we've got a damage report now. I don't know, that might have been Interstate 10. About 4 miles west of Orange. Power lines down, vehicles flipped, extensive damage. So again, this is why we tell you, don't be in a bloody vehicle on the interstate or anywhere near a tornado. But when those, I mean, folks, cell phones go ding, 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 doopy, doopy, doo, go squeal and scare the poo out of you? I don't know, but that's a nice way of saying there's not many excuses not to know about these things anymore with everyone having a cell phone. Stop driving into tornadoes. Anyway, that rant was complete. Okay, so with this circulation looking a little less intense now near Alley Payne Road, Highway 87. Debris falling out of the sky. This is debris that was lofted that is now being deposited back out. What goes up must come down. So that's what's happening here. Assuming this continues to slightly weaken, we might still have a tornado down, but I think it's occluding, meaning that it's starting to weaken. And we'll see if it's able to put a new one down before it gets out of Texas. It's got 5 minutes. Either way, those of you on 87 from Interstate 10 north, Little Cypress, you need to be in a safe place. Same thing goes if you're in Vinton, Louisiana. And strong velocity couplet continues. Still have some indications of a tornado debris signature on El Maria Road, Pine Bluff Road. Now east of 87. If you're east of 87, you're clear. Or excuse me, if you're west of 87, you're clear. Dyslexic Dave. Along west of 87, you're clear. If you're in the city of Orange, you're clear. If you're in Pinehurst, you're clear. If you're in Bridge City to West Orange, you're clear. This is east of you now. Same thing goes Port Arthur, Port Neches. Essentially, at this point, the only folks in the state of Texas that need to be in shelter from a possible tornado are east of Highway 87, north of Interstate 10, south of Bluff Road. So, a couple folks. And this is going to be out of the state probably within the next 5 minutes as it crosses over the Sabine River and then moves into southwest Louisiana. And that will mark the end of the severe weather possibilities in the state of Texas. But we'll stick with this until it is out of the state. Again, still indications of some debris being lofted, but a lot of debris falling out of the sky. It looks like this is right on the Texas-Louisiana border right now. We'll get the scan here in a second, but it is passing over the Sabine River. If it's down right now, it crosses the river as a waterspout and then becomes a tornado again as it crosses into Louisiana. So, looks like that's going to be done here. Yeah, it's pretty much right on the river right now. So, how about this? In a minute and a half, 4:45 p.m., anyone in shelter in the state of Texas from a tornado warning will be able to come out safely. Let's quickly, while we are here, before we terminate our live coverage, let's take a look at what's going on snow-wise, precip-wise across the state. We'll take a look at what we expect for the remainder of tonight, and then we'll be good. That's not what I wanted. This is, I'll just do a loop of last 3 hours. Let me switch satellite data feeds. That's fine. We'll do True Cloud. So again, here's what the radar satellite looks like over the last several hours. If it'll ever load the satellite data. There's satellite. You can see snow, back-end precipitation, words not coming easily. Now, moving into northwest Texas, you can kind of see that curve around the upper level low. That's going to start shifting east. We have some snow in Abilene. Still raining in the Metroplex, north of the Metroplex. Changing over to snow now in areas like Monte. Won't be long for Jacksboro. That'll continue as we head into this evening. Last of our severe storms have now exited Texas to the east as of now. So the severe weather threat has concluded for the state of Texas. You can see that widespread rain shield starting to exit as well to the east. We'll be left with the wraparound precip, which could change into some wet snow as we continue over the next several hours. So let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And that will show us what we expect for the remainder of tonight. Time is now 4:45, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show it pretty much from 5 o'clock to 2 a.m. Maybe. There we go. Please be nice. Thank you. All right, so let me load from 5 o'clock to about 2 a.m. And again, this is a model loop. Not necessarily going to be the best in terms of the rain snow line, but it should have a pretty good idea. First off, you'll note storms exiting Texas to the east pretty much now. We're going to be left with the back edge wraparound precipitation. Going to change from rain to a rain-snow mix and maybe even some wet snow in the DFW Metroplex, especially along the north of Interstate 20. Texoma, wet snow this evening. Northeast Texas mixing with rain, and then it's gone by 1 a.m. Potential for minor accumulations on grass, elevated surfaces. Wichita falls east through Texoma along the north of Highway 380, Graham, Jacksboro, Denton, Decatur, Denton, McKinney, Greenville North. Maybe some spots in the actual Metroplex proper, Dallas, Tarrant counties that have some grassy surfaces get white for a time, but again, surface temperatures remain above freezing. Soil temperatures are in the 50s. Whatever falls and sticks isn't going to stick long. Surface roads should remain mostly just wet. So, with that being said, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. What has been a busy severe weather day, a busy snow day. Pray for all those who have been impacted by today's tornadoes and damaging severe weather. Stay safe. Remember, let the emergency responders do their work. We'll know more information about the tornado's length, width, ratings, etc. as we get into tomorrow, and the National Weather Service offices in Houston and Lake Charles are able to conduct damage surveys. We'll see if we have any tornadoes confirmed back southwest towards the middle Texas coast as well. That would be the Weather Service in Corpus Christi. So, with that being said, the threat for severe weather has now concluded for the state of Texas. Winter weather and some rain will continue across northwest Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas, and northeast Texas for the next several hours as just described. Minor impacts, minor accumulations are possible. Thank you for tuning in for today's severe weather coverage. I hope y'all made it through safe. And, well, if we could stop doing this every week, I think we'd be highly appreciative about it. But an Arctic outbreak is coming in about a week, so we'll see. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the snow if you're getting some. God bless.